arrived to this country and he met with Washington, who was impressed by this man's experience, his military training, his intelligence, and his quick analysis of the work and discipline needed to transform Washington's troops into a fighting force. Washington appointed von Steuben as his inspector general and major general and gave him the responsibility of training his troops. With the commander-in-chief's enthusiastic support, von Steuben implemented a uniform standard of drill and order where none had previously existed. Now, with 2 training drills a day, he selected 120 of Washington's best men to then serve as honor guard for Washington. And he then had these men, in turn, demonstrate military training to the rest of the troops. And over the next several months, transforming them into a more professional force that might stand a chance in battle against the British Army. It was critically important, folks, that Washington's army win a battle soon, as with defeat after defeat, public support for the war was waning. And so the Battle of Monmouth in June, after the winter at Valley Forge, was arguably the turning point of the Revolutionary War. Now, early in that month, Washington received information that British troops were traveling through New Jersey. Washington's plan was to catch the British by surprise. As they approached Monmouth County, Washington gave one of his generals, General Lee, command of approximately 1/3 of his troops to branch off. The plan being for Lee's and Washington's troops to converge on the British in a pincer attack. What follows next, folks, is the stuff of legend. When I look at this coin is a keepsake. It's a national treasure, a historical treasure. It has so much meaning. It's really our heritage. Getting ready to engage the British, Washington's confidence going into battle gave way to alarm as he encountered a straggler from Lee's troops bearing the news of Lee's retreat. Washington, not believing it to be true, ordered the soldier detained, that perhaps he was just a deserter. Now, Lee, by all accounts a mediocre general, timid in battle, had engaged his troops in battle, but at the first sign of resistance, had called on his troops in a full retreat. And as Washington encountered more stragglers, followed by an entire regiment in full retreat, General Washington stopped them and asked the troops if they could fight, and that they then answered him with 3 cheers. A foot soldier later reported that Washington, now in his words, seemed at that instant to be in a great passion. His looks, if not his words, indicating the importance of the moment. This critical moment in time. It's crossroads, folks. A decision needed to be made right now that would most likely determine the outcome of the Revolutionary War. This was a battle that had to be fought and that they needed to win. Now, the encounter that took place as Washington met the retreating Lee is the stuff of American legend, folks. The subject of paintings, where you could see Washington meeting Lee. Testimony of the individuals who were present suggests that the confrontation was brief but intense. According to later testimony, Washington approached Lee and asked, with obvious anger in his voice, "What is all this? Why the retreat?" Washington broke off the exchange when he spotted more retreating units and hurried over to them, leading his men back into battle. And this is where our coin comes in, this commemorative. On his horse, leading his men back into the Battle of Monmouth. Now, von Steuben had trained the troops well, and while it was not a rout, the Continental Army held their own, and for the first time, they took it to the enemy. On July 1st, in Washington's first communication to Congress, he wrote the full report of the battle. Congress received it enthusiastically and voted a formal thanks to Washington and the Army to honor the important victory of Monmouth over the British Grand Army. Faith in Washington had been restored. I quote, "Congress became almost deferential to Washington. Public criticism of Washington all but ceased, and for the first time he was hailed as the father of our country." Love this coin, folks. There's so much history in this coin. There's so much, and it is such a great opportunity today. A dealer friend of mine who I've known for, I think, over 30 years, he's got several safes, and in one safe, a 7-foot tall safe, he literally had the safe almost filled with box sets of this early commemorative Washington silver half dollar. There were over 30,000 of these box sets. Now, these are the original box sets these silver Washington proofs came in. The thing is, these box sets and this storage was not optimal. And here's what most of the coins looked like. You know, remember, these were struck about 40 years ago. See the haze over the surface of the coin? Most of this does not come off. I'll show you a couple more. This is most instructive, folks. This is most instructive. Again, back then, the mint really did not use optimal storage materials when encapsulating their coins. And so the coins would develop a lot of toning that would essentially ruin these beautiful proof coins. We'll just do one more. Oh boy, this one's, I mean, it's unfortunate. I went through the entire inventory at Hoard, and I cherry-picked the finest 10% from the group, with the heaviest cameo contrast, the clearest fields. I did that over a 3-day period. Here's some information on this first commemorative silver half dollar. The mint only struck 4.89 million examples. To this day, NGC has only certified, in the grade you see these coins today, 9,427 in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Folks, you see dealers with 100% positive feedback. Ungraded examples with those toning issues you just saw. Here's one, you know, basically $99. Hasn't been graded, hasn't been conserved, nothing. $99. This is a Proof 70, the highest possible grade, $750. These examples that I have for you today, folks, this is the perfect grade for these coins. Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. I have them for $79 a coin. It's a limited time offer. It's $79 a coin, Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Now again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading standard. 1 is the lowest possible grade, a coin that's heavily worn. 70 is the highest possible grade. It's perfection. When NGC gets a coin that looks perfect with their naked eye, they put it under high magnification. And if at that point they see the slightest flaw, it gets a grade of 69. These coins are flawless to the eye. They are as pristine and flawless as the day they were struck. This is the perfect grade, perfect price point, folks. Because at $79, you are looking at a coin that is a jewel of perfection. And most importantly, here's what you get. Aside from the coin, folks, in this NGC holder, in this NGC state-of-the-art encapsulation, every coin you're looking at, every single one of these has been curated by NGC before encapsulation. In the curation process, The surface of the coin is neutralized. Any possible contaminant is removed from the surface of the coin. And that is so important. What that means to you is that the coins you see are going to be as perfect and pristine 100 years from now as they are today. Number two, these NGC holders are made from the highest quality medical grade plastics. Number three, the holders are airtight, so you won't get any contaminant in the holder once it's sealed. Number four, the Smithsonian, the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world, given NGC's state-of-the-art technology, chose NGC to encapsulate their entire collection. And you see all the various fees involved in this process. Grading the coin is $25. The curation fee is $20. They have a $10 handling fee. They ship the coin back to you registered mail. You're into it right there at $79. You have the cost of shipping it to NGC, registered mail. Your total certification cost is $100 to $120, and that does not include the cost of the coin. I got a special opportunity where I submitted several hundred of the finest examples to NGC. I got some very special fees for them. I'm able to offer these for only $79 a coin. And while I have them, while I have these quantities, if you want to get 5 of these 1982s, these first ever modern commemorative silver Washington commemorative half dollars, if you want to get 5, they're only $379. $379. That's $75.80 a coin. And then finally, maximum of 10 per caller if you want to get a 10 coin, really a collector's special. You can own 10 of these for only $729. That's $72.90 for this incredible, historic 1982 George Washington silver commemorative proof half dollar. Again, a proof. The highest possible quality the Mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. The making of a proof coin is a very labor-intensive process at the United States Mint. They can only make a limited number each year because all the work required in making a proof coin, the polishing of the dies, every coin struck at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that coin. The coins are individually handled once struck. They're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. So it's a very labor-intensive process. The Mint can only strike so many every year. And so in this first year of issue, they only struck 4.89 million of these proofs. Very few have survived in this extraordinary condition. And it's a thrill to be able to offer this incredible historic coin for only $79 for one. But if you can get 10, folks, you can get 10 for only $729. This great, great coin. How appropriate. How appropriate. Then General Washington on his horse that carried him into battle at Monmouth, that this should be the image on the first modern commemorative issued by the U.S. Mint in 1982. This, folks, is a true national treasure. It's magnificent. The beautiful, deeply mirrored fields, as pristine and flawless as the day they were struck, curated, okay? I have every one of these coins curated, which means NGC removes any possible surface contaminant that might be on the coin, so that when it is encapsulated, the surface of the coin is absolutely neutralized. So this coin that you see now, 100 years from now, will be as pristine and flawless and beautiful as the day it was struck, as what you see right now. Finest examples from that amazing, amazing collection. I submitted the approximate 3,500 coins to NGC. Many did not grade well, 6.6, 6.7, 6.8. These Proof 69 Ultra Cameos in this pristine state are the cherries from this incredible collection. They're beautiful, stunning works of art. with so much of our history, so much of our heritage. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Knowledgeable, honest, sincere, author, PNG member, coin expert, passionate numismatist for 35 years, and founder of Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
One of the greatest coin series ever struck by the United States Mint. Folks, we needed our 2 largest stands just to fit the entire collection. Now, the Mint declared that the Statehood Quarter Series is by far their most popular commemorative coin program in United States history. It seemed every family was assembling one of these most historic sets. The United States Mint has estimated that there were 147 million Americans have collected statehood quarters by the Mint's estimate. And they go further to estimate that 3.5 million Americans participated just in the selection of the statehood quarter designs. Now, 20 years ago, my clients were asking me, almost begging me, to begin building them a set of statehood quarters. And I would tell them to please have some patience, because now is not the time. The series is red hot, and the coins are currently selling for some tremendous premiums. And I could show you some prices that they have been selling for in auction in the heat of the market. Here's some prices realized in auction, folks, for just individual coins. Here's a 1999 Delaware. That's proof 70. That's the highest possible grade. Just that one coin sold for over $17,000. Here's another coin, the New Jersey. Again, highest possible grade, proof 70, over $2,500. So $20,000 just for those 2 coins in a 50-coin set. Here's a third coin, Georgia, over $6,000. We're now at around $26,000 for 3 coins. 2001 Rhode Island, $1,500. We're at almost $30,000 for a handful of coins. One last coin, a 2001 Vermont, again around $1,500. So I told everybody, have some patience. Wait for things to cool down just a little. And I'm telling you that now, I'm here to tell you that right now is the time to acquire one of these spectacular 50-coin silver statehood quarter sets in proof 69 Ultra Cameo. 5 coins were issued each year in the order the states were ratified for statehood status, beginning with Delaware in 1999, the first state to be ratified, and ending with Hawaii in 2008, the last state to enter the Union. Folks, when the United States Mint was finished, it had struck almost 35 billion statehood quarters for circulation, the majority of which have been salted away by those millions of collectors. Now, each of the 50 coins, and one of the many reasons this series is so popular, each of the 50 coins representing the 50 states has their own unique story to tell, with each reverse commemorating one of the 50 states with a design emblematic of its unique history, its traditions, and symbols. And what I have today are a very elite group of some of the finest sets in existence of the Statehood Quarter Series. Now, that is not hyperbole. The handful of sets I have, all 50 coins, are struck on silver planchets, not clad. Those 35 billion statehood quarters for circulation were all struck on clad planchets with 0 silver content. Here's an example of one, you find them in your pocket change. Here's one I had in my pocket. This is Louisiana, clad statehood quarter. There's the reverse. I'll show you one more. This one, very famous. First flight, you can guess what state that is. You can see struck for commerce on a clad planchet, North Carolina. There you go. The Wright brothers, historic. North Carolina, famous for that first flight. Most importantly, folks, these silver-proof statehood quarters I have for you today are in extraordinary Proof 69 Ultra Cameo condition. This is the perfect grade at the perfect price point for you. You get so much eye appeal, so much quality, and so much rarity at such an amazing, low, collector-friendly price. Now, the highest possible grade for any coin is 70. Now, a 70 is a coin that is flawless under high magnification. So a grader will take a coin, study it under normal magnification, and if it looks flawless, they will then take it and study it under even higher magnification. If under that higher magnification the coin is still flawless, it gets a grade of 70. If, however, under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, it gets a grade of Proof 69. So you look at every single one of these coins, folks, and they look absolutely perfect. What more could you ask for at such a collector-friendly price? And why do I say that this is the perfect grade at the perfect price point? Because the premium for that additional grade, that Proof 70 grade, is huge. The Georgia was over $6,000. The Delaware alone was over $17,000. We're talking about 50 coins in this set. There was a time you could have easily spent over $100,000 or more for this set in Proof 70 condition. I was not recommending those sets back then. I didn't think long-term they would be the best opportunity for you, for your long-term happiness. Now, why are these sets so rare, so difficult to complete in this exceptional ultra high-grade Proof 69 condition? First of all, these 90% silver proof coins were struck in very limited numbers, due primarily to the very labor-intensive process of making a proof coin. Comparatively few of these most desirable silver proof sets were struck for the collecting public. You look at the mintages of the statehood quarters. You can see 1999 alone at the Philadelphia and Denver mints, hundreds of millions of coins. All the statehood quarters struck for commerce. Each year, they struck hundreds of millions of statehood quarters for commerce on clad planchets. You go through each of these years, and by the time you get through to 2008, the total comes to about 35 billion coins. These are the coins you find in your pocket, the coins that are struck for commerce under high-speed presses, dumped into bins. 35 billion of them struck on what we refer to as just clad base metal. There's no silver content. They're just inexpensive base metal. These proof coins struck on 90% silver planchets, folks. Now, again, they are proof coins. Proof coins are intended to represent the state of the minter's art. The finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. The minting of a proof coin is a very labor-intensive process. And so, the mint is only able to strike a very limited number of these numismatic works of art. The finest dies are selected, and in those early days, treated to a sandblasting process to create a frost over the surface of the die. The die would then be taken by one of the craftsmen, given the special responsibility of being a specialist in the proof-making facility, and it would be placed on a buffing wheel and polished until the fields possessed a perfect mirror finish. Now the recessed portion of the die, since they're recessed, they would remain unpolished and retain the sand-blasted frost. The dies would then be put in place in the die press. The coin blanks would be slowly fed into the die, and the blank would not be struck once, but twice under higher pressure than was used to strike coins for commerce, to bring out every detail of the design. And then finally, this new proof coin, which would exhibit a beautiful two-tone cameo effect, as you see on these coins. Once struck, these coins were not ejected into bins where they would abrade with other coins. They were individually handled, placed in separate compartments so as not to abrade with other coins. Now, the key phrase, the most important key phrase, folks, in the proof-making process. What is most important for you to understand is that proof coins are intended to represent the state of the art. That is really important to understand, because the state of the minter's art in 1999 was not what it is today. Especially in the first year of the Statehood Quarter Series in 1999. Most of these coins in these earliest years have small flaws. I've brought some original 1990 sets with me so you could get your own education. And one of the biggest problems in these sets, these were custom made for the Statehood Quarter Series, these sets, issued by the government, and one of the problems was just the materials used in these sets created a lot of storage problems, and most of these proof coins developed a lot of heavy haze that is normally not removable. Now this one isn't too bad. You look at the Delaware, but you can see a lot of haze around the perimeter of that quarter. Degrades the quality of the coin. The central portion of the coin is very deeply mirrored, but you can see a lot of haze around the perimeter. Let's take another one. This haze is much more complete. It's really, this coin is essentially ruined as far as being a high quality proof coin. I mean, you look at the haze, and when we zoom in, the coin is covered with this filmy, opaque toning. And it's hard to see it until you look at the coin right next to it. It doesn't have that problem. And these are major, major issues with these proof coins in this early era. Again, you saw this mintage of the commercially struck statehood quarters. They struck 35 billion statehood quarters for commerce. But in proof, for most years on silver planchets, for many years, they struck fewer than 1 million coins. You could see the proof clad issues, which the clad issues are struck from the same metal as those statehood quarters struck for commerce. Those are struck in limited numbers as well, but the silver issues are rarest of all. 1999, only 804,000. 965 in 2000. 2001, only 889. 892 the year after. And then the years after that, barely over 1 million coins. Now, most importantly of all, there are so few survivors in really superb, high-grade condition. Take a look at this second chart. This really tells the story. This is where you know you have coins with tremendous condition rarity. And you can see all the dates that those states entered statehood, beginning with Delaware on December 7th, 1787, the very first state. NGC has only certified about 13,600 coins in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo out of a mintage of about 800,000. A tiny, tiny percentage. And you go on down the list, and you're talking about some really small numbers. This set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo is the perfect grade, the perfect price. Timing is everything, my fellow collectors. I've always been something of a contrarian when it came to buying rare coins. My first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era. It came out in the early 1990s, and it was a pioneering educational book that introduced the Ultra Cameo designation NGC now uses for proof coins. The 1951 Proof Franklin on the cover of that book was about a $1,500 coin when my first book came out. That coin today is a $10,000 or $15,000 coin. My focus has always been long-term for you, not on what's hot today. In the heat of the statehood quarter market in the early 2000s, again, individual dates in this series were selling for tens of thousands of dollars. And these sets in Proof 69 today are even harder to find now than they were 15 years ago. I was able to acquire a group of complete sets from a retired dealer friend of mine I have known for over 25 years. And while I have them, this is a limited time offer. These complete sets, complete 50 coin, ultra low mintage proof silver statehood quarter sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. While I have these in stock, folks, I'm able to offer the entire set graded by NGC and NGC's state-of-the-art holders, and that's really, really important. I'm going to get to that in a minute. The importance of this NGC state-of-the-art holder. The entire set, now again, these are silver issues, only $29.90 a coin. That's $1,495 for the entire 50 coin set. If you can put half down today, half down, folks, of only $747.50 will hold one of these 50 coin collections for you. Put your name on it and put it in our vault and pay the balance in 30 days. Now, I have a limited number of these sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, so I have to set a 3-set maximum as far as the number you can order. But if you do order 3 sets, we have a special deal for you. We're taking $100 off the 3-set group, which brings the set price down to $1,461.67, about $33 a set. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but folks, we've already cut this to the bone. It's just a superb, fabulous buying opportunity. It's a ground floor opportunity of this great, great collection. And it is available on the 3-payment option. So if you want to reserve 3 sets, all you have to do is put down $1,461.67 today, pay the second amount in 30 days and the balance in 60 days. We will hold these 3 sets for you in the meantime. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of one of the most popular series in the history of the United States numismatics. You're not just getting a coin in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, because, again, my focus is long-term. Every one of these coins you're looking at, there's a process that they have gone through before encapsulation. I call it NGC state-of-the-art encapsulation. And here's what you get. Number one, every one of these 50 coins are curated, conserved before encapsulation. In other words, there's no foreign material or contaminant on that coin that might discolor the coin decades into the future. In other words, the surface of the coin is completely neutralized. It's your guarantee that this coin in that holder will be as pristine 100 years from now as it is today. Number two, the holders are the highest quality medical grade plastics, folks. That's really critical. These medical grade plastics are much more difficult for NGC to work with, but they're much better for your coins. Number three, the holders are airtight. Number four, folks, the Smithsonian, the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world, given NGC's state-of-the-art technology, chose NGC to encapsulate their collection. So if you were to submit one of these coins, to curate the coin and grade the coin, you see the curation fee, the grading fee, the handling fee, the shipping fee, they ship the coin back to you, registered mail. Your total service fees are around $75, $80. That doesn't even include the cost of the coin. Your total cost is going to be $120 to $150. I've got these sets, a limited time offer. They're only $1,495 a set. This is a very, very small window of opportunity, folks. This is the Statehood Quarter Series that I'm able to offer for less than $30 a coin, the Silver Statehood Quarter Series and NGC Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The greatest, most popular commemorative series the United States Mint has ever issued. Over 147 million collectors. There is so much history in every one of these coins. Every single one of these 50 silver proof coins has its own special story about its state to tell, from the first state to ratify our Constitution, Delaware, to the last state to enter the Union, Hawaii. This Delaware, folks, when the Delaware first came out, I thought that was Paul Revere on the reverse of the coin. And then I looked a little more closely, and it said Caesar Rodney, okay? And I thought, well, who's Caesar Rodney? I had never heard of Caesar Rodney. So I looked him up. It was in 1776. Caesar Rodney was part of the Delaware delegation on July 1st. And they were voting on whether or not to ratify the new Declaration of Independence. Caesar Rodney was 70 miles away at a meeting. He got word that the delegation from Delaware was deadlocked. He got on his horse, rode 70 miles through a thunderstorm, arriving in Philadelphia, in quotes, in his boots and spurs, just as the vote was beginning on July 2nd. And he cast his affirmative for the new Declaration of Independence on July 2nd. And then on July 4th, 1776, that Declaration of Independence was ratified. You know, if Caesar Rodney had not made it, who knows how history would have been changed, right? And that's the image on that Delaware statehood quarter, that image of Caesar Rodney riding his horse through 70 miles of thunderstorm to make that deciding vote. As a collector, folks, this set is breathtaking. Every coin in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. It's extremely hard to put these sets together in Proof 69, just finding the coins. And when you do find the coins, they're usually badly tarnished, spotted, nicked up. They're usually not Proof 69. This is one of the greatest collections you could ever hope to own. This is a true piece of American history. This is a keepsake to keep in your family, to share with your children, your grandchildren. There's so much history. There are so many stories about America in this set. And they're all struck on silver planchets. Very few statehood quarters were struck on silver planchets. There are only these proof coins, many of which had mintages of under 1 million coins. And there are so few survivors of those low mintages that have survived in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. And I'm able to offer this set. I got some very good fortune my way. I bought this incredible collection from a dealer who was retiring. I bought the whole deal. I got a great price, and I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. I hope you can take advantage of it. It really doesn't get any better than this. Thank you for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. This is a must-buy, folks. This is definitely a must-buy. When you're talking about desirable series in U.S. coinage, I mean, there's a lot of great series. You've got Kennedy half dollars, Franklin half dollars, Walking Liberty half dollars, Morgan dollars, Peace dollars, you name it, the Lincoln cents, a lot of great series that attract a lot of collectors. But if you're talking about the Rolls-Royce of U.S. numismatics, I mean, the crown jewel, it would be the St. Gaudens double eagle, considered by many to be the most beautiful coin ever struck. Designed by Augustus St. Gaudens, it heralded in what we call the Renaissance era in United States coinage. First struck in 1907, last struck in 1933. The design originated from the tenacity of Teddy Roosevelt, who in the early 1900s, when he was president, looked at our coinage of the day and he thought it was awful. Now, the chief engraver of the mint at that time was Charles Barber. So he basically just trashed Charles Barber's life's work. But, you know, that didn't matter to Roosevelt. What mattered to him was fulfilling his ideals. I mean, this was a man who had a lot of ambitions to make America as great as it could be, to realize our dreams, and to have those dreams realized by all Americans. I mean, he was instrumental in establishing our state park system so that all of the beauty of this country could be appreciated by all Americans. Well, he also believed that all Americans should be able to appreciate great art. And what better way to appreciate great art than through our coinage? Something we handle every day. You know, in the symbols and words on all of our coinage, an inspirational reminder of who we are as Americans, what we stand for. And so in 1906, he enlisted or tried to begin to enlist the services of Augustus St. Gaudens to help us redesign our coinage. Augustus St. Gaudens initially was very resistant. He had one bad experience working in the mint about 15 years previously. He swore he'd have nothing to do with the mint again. But over the many months, through letters, Roosevelt convinced Augustus to give it one last try. And so he agreed, Augustus St. Gaudens, in 1906, to redesign our coinage. Now, he was already dying of cancer. He knew it. He was already in a lot of pain. He was only able to complete 2 designs before he passed away, the $10 gold piece and what I think is his all-time greatest creation, the St. Gaudens double eagle. From 1907 to 1933, the mint struck about 70 million St. Gaudens double eagles. And ironically, in early 1930s, Teddy Roosevelt's cousin, Franklin, passed an executive order making the ownership of gold illegal beyond $100. Any American citizen could own up to $100 worth of gold. Beyond that, you could either receive a severe fine or a prison sentence. And so Americans had to turn in all their gold coins. It's estimated the U.S. Mint melted about 40% of the total St. Gaudens double eagle mintage. So here's Franklin Roosevelt. Here's his cousin Teddy had created these beautiful classics. And here's Franklin Roosevelt a couple of decades later melting them all down. Not all of them, but a large percentage of them. Well, we're very fortunate to have among the finest surviving St. Gaudens double eagles for you today. Not only are they made among the finest surviving double eagles, but it's from the mint with the lowest mintage, having struck the fewest St. Gaudens double eagles of the 3 mints. 3 mints that struck St. Gaudens double eagles: Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco. When you look at the mintage totals of the 3 mints, Philadelphia struck about half of all the St. Gaudens double eagles. San Francisco struck over 23 million. But the Denver Mint was the baby mint in those days. The Denver Mint just opened up in the early 1900s. They were the baby mint of the 3 major mints. They only struck 11,600,000 St. Gaudens double eagles. And again, many of them were melted down. Now, when you look at the entirety of the St. Gaudens double eagle series, when you look at the total mintage from all those mints, most of the coins went into circulation. They were either melted down or they went into circulation. Only about 2.5% of the total mintage has survived or been certified in uncirculated condition. In other words, as they came from the mint bag, never spent. About 1.8 million coins, 2.5% out of that total mintage. Now that only tells a part of the story. Again, these coins were struck for commerce. It's not like a modern American gold eagle or a modern American gold buffalo. Those coins are struck for collectors. They're not intended for commerce. The mint, once they strike them, puts them in special packaging, you know, and they put them in a special box, and you can only order it directly from the mint, and they ship it to you, and you save it as a collector coin. They aren't struck for circulation, so they're all collected. None of them go into circulation. These St. Gaudens double eagles were struck for commerce, as beautiful as they were. They were struck, ejected from the die press into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another in the bin. And consider the fact that this was the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce, and gold is a very heavy metal. The St. Gaudens double eagle in diameter is slightly smaller than a Morgan dollar. But in weight, it's about 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar. And it's a very soft metal, so you have these very heavy gold coins falling one on top of another. From there, they go through coin counting machines, where they're then proceeded to go into bags, where they're put on trains to be shipped throughout the country. So that when you got one from the teller, even though the coin was absolutely uncirculated, it would have myriad bag marks and abrasions. When you consider the journey, not surprising at all. Most, even in uncirculated examples, grade very, very low uncirculated grades, like MS60, MS61, MS62. MS63 is a superior grade. 6.4 is an exceptional grade. I mean, 6.5 is gem. Very few of those out there. Now, here's the rest of the story, though. 1.8 million certified in mint state, but of those, that 1.8 million, most of them came from just 3 dates: the 24P, 27P, and the 1908 no motto. About 2/3 of them were just those 3 dates. The other 48 dates comprise the other third. That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing information, pretty important information. So here's the breakdown, folks. Take a look at this. When you're talking about high-grade St. Gaudens double eagles, most of them are those most common dates I showed you. And in MS66 condition, you can see even those most common dates become extremely rare. That 24P, NGC population in MS64, they've graded over 100,000 examples of the 24P. In MS65, over only 35,000, but in MS66, only 5,300. That's when it gets really rare. 27P, only 2,706. That 1908 no motto. These are the only examples we've offered in MS66 condition. 1908 no motto, only 13,065, 6,306. The coin I have for you today, the 1923D, only 1,706.5, 918 coins in MS66 condition. The rarity is such of this date, folks, the 1923D. Again, Denver Mint struck very few St. Gaudens double eagles, only about 11 million. Very few surviving in high-grade MS66 condition. When you look at the entire series, the NGC populations for the entire series, in 6.6 condition, you've got about 1,500 coins. You add the PCGS populations in there, you're maybe talking around 3,500 coins total for the entire series surviving in the Denver Mint. That's why when you see a 23D in auction, MS66, the premiums skyrocket. Here's one, $6,037. You rarely see them in MS66. Again, this is where, I mean, they're rare in 6.5, but almost impossible in 6.6. Here's another one, $6,300. Here's a third, well over $8,000, pushing $9,000, $8,625 in MS66. And if you go one grade higher to a 6.7, you're around $30,000. Take a look at one of these 6.6s. This is going to be a shorter presentation. We only have these 8 remaining, what do we have, 8 coins there, Sasha? 8 remaining examples from an amazing collection of these Denver Mint St. Gaudens Double Eagles MS66. Folks, this is the first time we've ever been able to offer the 23D in MS66 condition from this collection. This is a first. In fact, I believe this is the first show in the history of Coin TV to ever offer a 1923D MS66. Look at this coin. Look at the luster. Look at the strike. How free of abrasion. Again, these coins were dumped into bins, large, heavy coins. Typically, Liberty's breast would be heavily abraded. Her left knee there that you could see protrudes from the surface of the coin would typically be heavily abraded. There would be deep gouges in the fields. And the coin is absolutely pristine, virtual perfection. The luster is fabulous. The strike is full and bold. It's a masterpiece, and it's rare when you consider the journey this coin went through to survive in this condition. And look at the eagle. To me, the St. Gaudens reverse with this eagle is the most stunning, inspirational rendition of the American eagle on all of U.S. coinage. It's my all-time favorite. In full flight, you know, rising there, I mean, just magnificent full flight. This beautiful bird with the rays of the sun behind it. In God we trust below. You know, this is what American coinage is all about. And there you have Liberty with the olive branch in one hand for peace, torch in her right hand, striding forth, fearless, really. MS66 condition. Consider that. Call in now, folks. You're going to love the price on these. Here's a coin that, again, dealers are asking anywhere from $6,000 to $8,500 for in MS66 condition. If we were able to offer this coin for $5,900, it would be a tremendous, tremendous buying opportunity. But we bought the entire collection. And again, our philosophy from day one, when we get a great buying opportunity, we pass the savings on to you. You look at this 23D, and by the way, the Denver mint mark, the D mint mark, is just above the date on the obverse. It's a tiny, tiny little D. It's barely visible. It's tiny. I think they use the mint mark from Mercury dime. It's very, very small. Way too small for the coin, but there it is right above the date, the small D. This is an MS66. Dealers are asking huge premiums for MS66s. We have it at an MS65 price. These last few examples that we have in our stock, $5,695. $5,695. Not only that, if you can't swing the total amount today, we offer you the 2-payment plan. And we urge you to take advantage of it because, again, once these are out, that'll be it at this kind of price. If you want to just put half down, if that's all you can do, put half down of $2,847.50, we will put one of these 1923 Denver Mint issues, MS66, extremely rare. Here you've got the Denver Mint issue, only 11 million total struck for the entire series. These 23Ds, MS66 condition, $5,695, half down today, $2,847.50. The balance in 30 days, $2,847.50. And you will own one of the most undervalued coins in all of U.S. numismatics, a Denver Mint St. Gaudens Double Eagle. The Denver Mint struck the fewest St. Gaudens of all the 3 mints. Only just over 11 million struck at the Denver Mint, less than half that of the San Francisco Mint. The Philadelphia Mint struck around 35 million examples, San Francisco around 23, 24 million, Denver Mint about 11 million. More importantly, very few surviving in the condition you see this piece, folks. Only a few thousand Denver Mint issues. Out of all the Denver Mint issues, the Denver Mint struck St. Gaudens Double Eagles in 1908, 1910, 1911, 1914, 1913. They struck many double eagles throughout the years. The most valuable St. Gaudens Double Eagle was probably the 1927D, an MS63 recently sold in auction for over $1 million, and that was an MS63. Now this MS-66, folks, again, this coin is incredibly special. If you've just tuned in, I mean, this is an MS-66 St. Gaudens Double Eagle. Very few survivors in high-grade mint state condition. This is a coin you will not find at your local coin shop, local coin show. You may find, you know, something like a 1908 P Nomato in MS-66, but again, those are really rare. I mean, you can find 1908 Ps in 6.4, sometimes in 6.5, but when you get to those higher grades, folks, when you're talking about a population of 10,000, that gets to be a really rare coin. You rarely see these St. Gaudens in MS-66. We rarely get to offer this, and when we do, it's usually a 24P, a 27P, or a 1908 Nomato. It's the first time we've been able to offer this Denver Mint issue in MS-66. To give you an idea of how special this coin is, if you took the time to go to the Smithsonian houses the finest collection of United States coins in the world. They have a 1923D in their collection. The example in the Smithsonian is an MS-64, fully 2 grades lower than these 8 1923Ds we have for you today, and they're only $5,695 a coin. We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. Again, this is going to be a short presentation. I'm going to have to cut it right here because the 8 coins you see are all that we have remaining from this phenomenal small collection that was put away for many, many decades. We bought the entire little collection. It wasn't a lot of coins, folks. I mean, there were some 1911Ds and 1923Ds. There was just a few dozen coins in all. This is all we have left for this phenomenal Denver collection. These stunning MS-66 St. Gaudens, the highest grade we've ever handled, highest grade we've ever offered, highest grade any show has ever offered of this Denver Mint issue, this rare 1923D. Hope you can take advantage of it. This is an example of a coin that just offers you incredible long-term potential. Again, it's based on our cost. Okay, it's not based on what the market will bear. I mean, we could offer the coin at $5,900, and it would be a very fair price. But it's based on our cost. That's why we have it at $56.95. We got a great deal on it, and we're passing it on to you. And it's really important to understand that we're not just focused on passing great deals on to you. We're also, most importantly, I'm focused on offering you coins with the greatest long-term potential. It doesn't do any good if you have a coin that's valued at $2,000 on the price guide today, for example, and you buy it for $1,000, half price. It doesn't do any good if 15 years later, that coin on the price guide is only at $800. It went from $2,000 down to $800, and it happens on some coins because you paid $1,000 for it 15 years earlier. It doesn't do you any good. If, on the other hand, you get a great deal on a coin, and it's on the price guide at, say, $4,500, and you get it for $3,900, and in 15 years, it's on the price guide for $15,000 or $25,000. Those are the kind of coins we're looking for to offer you, coins with the greatest long-term potential. And you get that kind of potential when you have this incredibly desirable coin, a rare issue that offers you the ultimate eye appeal, the ultimate in quality, the ultimate in rarity, at a great, great price. If you can afford more than one of these, please do. We're getting people calling in. Got to cut it right here. What you see on the stand is what we have remaining, the finest Denver Mint issues we've ever offered, a great collection only on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thank you for watching. We had a truly historic event here at Rare Collectibles TV. We had the first known bag released by the U.S. Mint of 1964 minted Kennedy half dollars. They were struck at the Denver Mint, and they were stamped with a date 3 or 4 days before the official release, when these coins were supposed to be released to the public. And so we had this original bag of Kennedy half dollars from the Denver Mint. 2,000 coins in the bag, folks. Now, we had to pay quite a premium to get this historic bag. And when we got the coins and we laid them all out, we had them all sent into NGC for grading. This was a bag that was just sitting in somebody's vault somewhere for over 50 years, hadn't been jostled around or anything. So they had the best possible care. We sent the coins in, 2,000 coins. Out of the 2,000 coins, we did have, it was like, I don't know, 2 or 3 examples that graded MS-66. There were around in the neighborhood of 80 to 100 coins that graded MS-65, or in other words, about 5% of the total number of coins in the bag. The rest graded anywhere between MS-61 to MS-64. This is what makes the set I have today for you so exciting. What I have are absolutely the most beautiful Mint State Kennedy half dollars, the first 8 years of the series. And this is significant because it was those first 8 years that in Mint State were struck on silver planchets. 1964, the first year of the Kennedy half dollar was struck on a 90% silver planchet. And then from 1965 to 1970, it was struck on a silver planchet that was 40% silver. And then in 1971, they removed the silver out of the coin entirely, and all the coins struck for commerce from that point on were on clad planchets with 0 silver content. Now, this 8-coin set I have for you today, I have a fabulous set in MS-65 condition. I have these same 8 coins, a limited number of these sets in MS-66 condition. You look at each one of these, they border on perfection. Every coin in the set in my new Kennedy aspiration holder. This is extremely important. I have 3 proprietary holders with NGC. I have the Franklin We the People holder, the Kennedy Aspiration holder, and the Eisenhower I Like Ike holder. Now, I've given those holders those names because of the historic aspect of Benjamin Franklin as one of the founding fathers, we the people, those first 3 words in our Constitution. The Kennedy Aspiration holder, because of 2 great quotes, my favorites from the Kennedy administration. The first quote, when he was inaugurated, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." And then about a year later, he gave a speech at Rice University. He talked about sending astronauts to the moon and bringing them back safely by the end of the decade. And there was that one line where he said, "We choose to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard." That was a great speech. Those were 2 most inspirational lines from his administration out of all the presidential administrations. And so I call it the Kennedy Aspirational Holder. And then the Eisenhower. Well, I Like Ike, that was a famous button that they used for his campaign when he was running for president. But Eisenhower was a truly historic figure on the American scene for the 20th century. Because first of all, he was our supreme Allied commander during World War II. He was the man who had to call the D-Day invasion on June 6, 1944. And think about the responsibility of that. Because when he made that call, he knew that within 48 hours, thousands of our soldiers would be dead. And so he was the commander, and he took the responsibility for an invasion that fortunately turned out to be successful. And he never had any plans to be a president. He didn't consider himself a politician. But in the early 1950s, both the political parties, the Democrats and Republicans, wanted him to run for president for their party. Now, he ended up choosing the Republican Party because he felt he had more in common with the Republican values than the Democratic values. And so he ran as a Republican, and he served 2 really great terms with many great achievements during his 8 years in office. And the whole point of these 3 holders, folks, is to earmark those coins in those series that, from my experience, are truly superior in eye appeal and quality for their respective date and grade. I've been a specialist in these coins since the early 1980s. I've written many books on these coins. There's no one in the country who knows as much about Franklin and Kennedy half dollars and Eisenhower dollars as yours truly. I've made it my life's work. And so I feel very protective of this entire era of U.S. coinage. And I feel it's most important that collectors who collect these coins get the best possible eye appeal and quality for the grade when they acquire them. And so I have this agreement with NGC that every Franklin half dollar, every Kennedy half dollar, every Eisenhower dollar that crosses my desk, I get to review. If I feel it meets the standards for exceptional eye appeal and quality for the date and grade, I put it in this proprietary holder. Now, there's a picture of it here of the Kennedy aspiration holder. The coin you're looking at there happens to be a proof coin. Today, the coins I have are exceptional mint state coins. Now, again, the whole purpose of this process is to use my decades of expertise in this coinage to guarantee you the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the grade, so that collectors of today's generation and future generations who acquire one of these coins will know that they're getting the best for the date and grade. This is one of the legacies I want to leave. Finally, it doesn't end there. As far as the benefits for acquiring one of these Kennedy half dollars in this proprietary holder, there are a couple bonuses, folks. Bonus number 1, the agreement I have with NGC is that every coin that I review that goes into that holder will have its own population total on the NGC census report. In other words, if you go and look at the 1964 mint state Kennedy half dollars and look under that category in their census report, there'll be a population for the generic examples, and there'll be a separate population for those finest Kennedy half dollars in the aspiration holder. And that's really, really important, because those separate independent population numbers will be most revealing as to how rare the truly exceptional examples are for that date. And the second important bonus is that NGC will have their own independent collector registry for these very special encapsulated coins. So if you want to build a finest collection, the Franklin We the People holder, the Kennedy aspiration holder coins, the Eisenhower I Like Ike coins will have their own registry. Now is an opportunity to build an extraordinary set of mint state Kennedy half dollars that have the finest possible eye appeal and quality. And folks, I got these sets at a great price. The first set I have for you today, take a look at it. These are all beautiful, brilliant MS 65 specimens. And this is so critical. You look at these, and they're as pristine and beautiful as the day they were struck. I want you to take a look at that 64D in MS65. Remember, when we bought that original bag, it was the 1964D. There were so few 1964Ds, folks, that had this eye appeal, that were this clean. This is amazing. Here's what I'd like to show you. This is a roll, an original roll of 1964Ds. This is why they are so rare in high-grade mint state 65 condition. I'm going to do some close-up hand shots of these coins. The Kennedy half dollar had these broad raised surfaces, and they would receive an abundance of abrasion, as you can see over the surface of this coin. This is at best an MS63. And on the reverse, you can see the Denver Mint mark at about 8 o'clock. The reverses would usually be a little bit better quality. The obverses are almost always a mess on these coins, folks. And you can see the serious abrasion. I mean, this is how they come. And you look at every coin in these sets, an MS65 is extraordinary, but more importantly, is not just the quality, but it's the eye appeal. Everyone is a superb, beautiful, brilliant specimen. Remember, it's the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. And that's what you're getting in this set, folks. And I have it at a great, great price. And in just a couple minutes, I'm going to give you some prices on this set, and then I'm going to show you the MS66 set. But first, before I do that, take a look at the typical Kennedy half dollars when you find them in MS65, MS66 condition. These are the kinds of coins that I review, and I say, well, no, this is not the quality that's going to go in one of my aspiration holders. I mean, they're gem coins, but in terms of eye appeal, at best, they have average eye appeal. There's some 64Ps. There's a 1965, extremely difficult date. The 1965, the 1966, the 1967, the 69D, and the 70D are the rarest key dates in this series, folks. They're extremely rare. Those coins are rarer than a 1941S Walking Liberty half dollar in MS65 that might sell for $1,000 to $1,500. I'd like you to take a look at this chart I made that is most instructive and will help you appreciate the rarity and the quality of the sets I have for you today. This is a comparison of what we refer to as the short set of Walking Liberty half dollars. The Walking Liberty half dollar struck from 1941 to the last year of the series, 1947. And I've listed 3 dates in that series. The rarest date is the 1941S. The most common date is the 1946D. That rarest date, that 1941S, PCGS and NGC combined, only around 3,700 coins graded in 6.5, 934 in 6.6, and 41 in 6.7. That's the rarest date in that series. So if you want to build a gem set of walkers, starting with that key date 41S, here's an example. This is an MS64 example, which is not nearly as rare as a 6.5. 6.4 is over $400 for a nice 6.4. But then when you jump up a grade, when you're talking about a gem, MS65, over the years, here's one for almost $1,000. They've been in the $1,000 range, some a couple $100 less, some several $100 more. Here's one in 6.5 for over $2,000. There's one for in 6.6 for around $3,000. 6.6s today tend to sell in the $2,000 to $3,000 range for an MS66. There's another one that's sold in auction for a little over $2,800 in 6.6. And then the ultimate, a 6.7, they're anywhere from $25,000 to $40,000. There's one for $28,000. So going back to our chart, and this is what's most important. This is really a ground floor opportunity. This is the perfect time to begin building a beautiful set of Mint-State Kennedy half dollars. You look at the populations of the Mint-State Kennedy half dollars at the bottom, folks. The 1964 P and D are what we'll refer to as the most common dates. That was the year, again, that was the first year of issue, and there were so many people, so many citizens who saved those coins. They struck about 400 million examples of the 64 P and D, and you have these survivors that have been certified in GEM 6566 condition. 64P is the most common date in the series, but it's still an elusive coin in 6.5 condition. Only 11,000 certified in 6.5. The 64D, much tougher. The Denver Mint issues tend to be extremely baggy. Only 5,600 certified in 6.5 and 1,600 in 6.6. But then when you get to the next three dates, 1965, people didn't bother saving 1965 Kennedy half dollars. They only, focused on that first year of issue. Almost all the 65 and later Kennedy half dollars went into circulation. They are extremely difficult to find in gem condition. When you do find an original roll, again, these coins tend to be extremely baggy or have really unattractive toning. Only 2,100 examples certified in 6.5 of the 65P. You can see those three dates, 65, 6, and 7, all about of equal rarity, extremely rare, much tougher than the 41S Walker. And then the 6090, also extremely rare in 6.5 condition. In the last year of issue, the 70D, a higher population, but the 70D was only issued in mint sets. They only struck 2.1 million examples. And you acquired them in mint sets, and the coins, again, were generally very, very baggy. 70Ds go for huge premiums. We've got just a few comps I want to show you real quickly, folks. Here's the most common date, the 1964, for about $150. Again, unattractive toning, typical toning. Another piece with what I would call unattractive toning for over $200. Is, again, a 64P, the most common date in 6.5 condition. Well, look at the toning on that coin. Not an attractive piece. The dealer with 100% positive feedback, it's over $200 for that 64D. There's a 1965, one of the key dates. That coin alone, $600. Extremely rare. Again, rarer than a 41S Walker, especially with beautiful, brilliant surfaces. 1967, a $300 coin. The 68D, sold in auction, $126. Of all the Kennedy half dollars in this set, the 68D along with the 64 P and D are easier to find than these other issues you're looking at now. The 6090 that I mentioned earlier, another really tough date. There's one for $250. I didn't even show you a comp for 1966, which is a key date, or the 70D. I've got this 8-coin set today for $995. That's about $125 a coin. These are all beautiful, brilliant MS 65 specimens. The first 8 years of the series in mint state were struck on silver planchets. 1964, the first year of the Kennedy half dollar, the Kennedy half dollar was struck on a 90% silver planchet. And then from 1965 to 1970, it was struck on a silver planchet that was 40% silver. Folks, this is one of the great mint state half dollar bargains of our generation. The silver mint state Franklin half dollars and these early Kennedy half dollars that you see here, these first 8 years of the Kennedy half dollar series in gem condition are among the great numismatic values of our lifetime. To get these 8 coins for only $995, you get so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity in the proprietary Kennedy holder. Again, every coin is reviewed by yours truly for eye appeal and quality for its respective issue. The finest possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. All for only $995. And now the ultimate set. This is the highest grade set I can put together. I have these same 8 coins, a limited number of these sets in MS 66 condition. Again, recall when we had that original bag of 1964 Ds, only a few examples in MS 66. That was the highest grade. You look at each one of these, they border on perfection. Now recall, 1941 S. Walker and MS 66 is a $2,000 to $3,000 coin. Let's go back to our chart one last time so you can appreciate the rarity of these coins. I'm not going to bother showing you comps on these MS 66s because there's a lot of these coins are going for individual examples going for $1,000 or more in MS 66 condition. But in that chart, you can see there, okay, the 1964P is the one date. It's scarce, but it doesn't have the rarity of those dates that follow. The 65P, the 66P, the 67P, the 69D, the 70D, all considerably rarer than a 1941 S. Walker. These dates are so undervalued. Folks, I've got the entire set MS 66 condition for $2,595. And it's available on the 2-payment option. If you can swing this set, this is the perfect grade, the perfect price point, folks. Because if you try and put this same 8-coin set together in MS 67 grade, it'll cost you $20,000 to $30,000. When you see these coins, there's a 64D. We've got this set for $25.95. The next coin, the 65P, is so rare. Only 496 examples certified in 6.6. The 1966, 579 examples. And again, the majority of those have unattractive toning. To get a brilliant specimen like this, just super rare, folks. And again, the evolving population numbers in this proprietary holder. You will see how very, very rare these coins are. And you're getting the entire set for $25.95. This 67, look at this. I can't tell you how many hundreds of rolls I've gone through of 1967 Kennedy half dollars. I've never handled an example like you just saw in that kind of condition in years. 68D. 68D, again, bordering on perfection, folks. 69D. Another really tough key date. And the last date of the series, the 1970D, the last year this was struck on a silver planchet, MS 66 condition. That last year of the series, the 70D, those coins, you see them on the market for $1,000, $1,500. There's one for almost $1,200 in MS 66. There's one for almost $1,400 in MS 66. There's another one for almost around $1,600 in MS 66. Here's a dealer offering a complete 8-coin set in MS 66. Again, he notes how extremely hard it is to find to put a set together like this in 6.6. That set is at $4,400, a fair price. $2,595 for this set. If you can't swing the entire $25.95 today, put down half today of $1,297.50, and we'll put one of these sets aside for you. I have a limited number of these sets today in this condition, in MS 66 condition at this price, folks. It's extremely difficult to get so many of these dates in the condition you see them in. Whether you get the MS 65 set or the MS 66 set, you'll get a copy, the third edition of my Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar book, the limited library edition, the hardcover edition, hand-numbered and signed by me, with your collection. This is a great, great set to collect, folks. The Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar series has so much opportunity for the collector of today because you're getting so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity for so relatively few of your numismatic dollars. Again, the complete set in MS65. You've got so many coins in there that are as rare or rarer than a 1941S Walking Liberty half-dollar in 6.5. And that Walking Liberty half-dollar in 6.5, that coin alone is a $1,000 plus coin. And here we have this entire 8-coin Kennedy set with all those rarities for only $9.95, about $125 a coin. But if you can swing the MS66 set, I mean, these coins are so rare in the beautiful, brilliant condition you see them in. Just a little over $300 a coin, folks. I mean, it really is kind of a dream come true, because if you try to put this set together yourself, if you go into your local coin shop or your local coin show and look for these Kennedy half-dollars in this kind of condition, you're not going to find them. They are that rare. That entire MS66 set, the entire silver Kennedy set, all 8 dates, for only $2,595. And you'll get a copy, hard copy, limited edition of the Franklin and Kennedy book. You'll also get a brochure that talks about the proprietary Kennedy aspirational holder and what it offers you. Remember that these not only represent the finest eye appeal and quality for their date and grade, they will also have their own separate populations in the NGC census. In fact, they do right now, if you look in the NGC website. So those populations you see right there, folks, for the Kennedy half-dollars, those are for all the Kennedy half-dollars certified. The examples that are going to be in the Kennedy aspirational holder, those populations are a tiny fraction of the numbers you see there. Today and in the years to come will be a small fraction of the population totals you see right there. So that 1965P, for example, 2,185 coins greater than 65, perhaps 25–30% of those would be Kennedy aspiration quality, a few hundred coins. In 6.6, you might be talking about 100 to 150 coins. And you're getting it all for only $2,595 for the 6.6 set, $995 for the 6.5 set, folks. You're getting the very best possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade at the very best price. And that's what it's all about. Something really, really special. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thanks for watching. I have got a great Kennedy special mint set issue for you folks today. This coin, first of all, it's a major variety / error in the Kennedy $half series. I've given a presentation on this coin in the past, but it's been many years, folks, since I've been able to do another. It's such a rare coin. Caitlin, you've specialized in special mint set Kennedys for several years. You once went through a collection of 1966 sets.
Yes.
Tell us about your experience trying to find one of these major varieties.
So you'll go through thousands of SMS sets, and the 1966 sets, first of all, the box is a pain in the butt to open and take it out. And so when you're going through so many, that alone takes so much time. But more importantly, once you actually get it out and get to see the coin, you might get, you might find one in a day that's a double die obverse. And even then, it's going to be littered with all types of bag marks and scratches. And it's one of the most frustrating things to look for. But we did the work for you, right?
That's what we did. Yeah, and you mentioned what it is. It's the double die obverse 1966 special mint set Kennedy. This is so significant. Now, to give you an idea of what the double die obverse is all about, many of you are familiar with the 1955 double die obverse Lincoln cent. Caitlin, you've got a picture of one of those here. Now, folks, the double die obverse, because of its familiarity with a lot of collectors, this coin goes for a lot of money. I mean, mid-state examples in mid-state 63 go for $10,000, $15,000. 6.5s can go for $40,000. Circulated brown examples go for a couple $1,000s. And the thing is, they're really rare, but this 66 special mint set Kennedy is in the same ballpark in terms of rarity. And in fact, it may even be rarer. Here's a population totals of some of the major variety / error coins that kind of relate to the double die obverse. You've got the 1964 accented hair Kennedy, which most of us are familiar with. That's a major variety. I love the accented hair when I can find them in gem condition. NGC has graded about 12,500 examples in all grades of the accented hair. On the other hand, the regular type 2, the more common variety, they've graded about 28,000 examples. Now, the 1955 double die obverse Lincoln cent that we just referred to, NGC in all grades has graded around 3,500 examples. And then you have the double die obverse SMS Kennedy, 1966. A grand total of 1,588 coins, about half that of the double die Lincoln. Now, the beautiful part, folks, about this is that, again, this is kind of a discovery coin. I write about it in my latest books. It's coming out in my new Whitman book on Franklin and Kennedy $half. But the majority of collectors and dealers out there are not familiar with this major variety. And so as a result, the prices aren't as escalated as they would be if as many collectors and dealers knew about this coin as they know about the 1955 double die obverse Lincoln. And so that's to your benefit. Now, first of all, then, what exactly is the double die obverse special mint set Kennedy? Caitlin's got a picture here for you that compares a typical 1966 SMS Kennedy to an example with the double die obverse. And it's a major variety, and this is why I'm so excited about it, because I'm really only concerned about the major varieties. A major variety is something you can easily see with your naked eye. You don't need magnification to see it. I mean, there's a lot of die varieties out there that are really rare, but if you need an 8-power loop or 16-power loop to see it, I'm not interested. This is like the accented hair, like the 55 double die obverse Lincoln. You can easily see it with your naked eye. And you can see on the right there the obvious doubling around Kennedy's chin and up through his mouth and into his nose. Very, very obvious, very, very pronounced. It's right there. You can see it from, 5 feet away with your naked eye. Now, today, folks, I've got some examples in MS66. It's an extraordinary grade. We don't have a lot of these coins. They're very rare. We've got around 75 of them. And I have worked really hard getting these 75 examples together. You're going to love the price. But before I go into it, I want to first explain a little bit about how this happens. Well, how do you get that kind of doubling? Well, it has to do with the way they prepared these working dies. Nowadays, when they prepare a working die, they have these single squeeze presses where they take these cone-shaped steel rods. Eventually, this steel rod is put into place and has a master die impressed on it, so that eventually after a striking, for example, here you see the steel rod after it's had the reverse impression of a memorial Lincoln cent. Now nowadays they have advanced technology that allows them to make these dies with only a single squeeze. In other words, only a single impression from the master die. But back in this early era, they had a process where they used multiple squeeze presses. In other words, in the first depression, where they would take one of these cones and they would put it in place to create the reverse or obverse die, the first impression would not strike up all the detail that you found on the master die. It would need a second striking. So what they would do is after that first striking, they remove the cone, that cone after the first striking, and they would anneal it. They would put it in an oven to heat it, soften the metal on that cone, and then they would put it back in place for that second striking. And then after that second striking, they would have all that detail fully struck into that working die that they could then use to strike those coins with. However, on rare occasions, and on this particular occasion, after they removed what would become the working die, after they removed it after the first strike to heat it, some operator at the mint, when he replaced it and put it back into place for that second striking, he rotated that working die ever so slightly. So when that master die came down a second time, it had a shift. And so you saw that doubling. That is the rotation because of the incorrect placement of that working die for that second striking. It's very, very rare. It happens on only very rare occasions back during that earlier era. It doesn't happen anymore today because, again, today they have the new technology where it only requires one single squeeze. Now, take a look at these pieces, folks. In MS 66 condition. These are extraordinary, close to perfection. And you can see NGC puts double die or double profile, double die obverse on the holder, as does PCGS. There you see one MS66 DDO double die obverse there. You see that white outline there around Kennedy's chin? That's the doubling that you see there. That outline is actually that doubling that we're talking about, going up his lip and up to his nose. Very, very, very obvious doubling. MS66 condition. And again, I have around 75 of these coins. This is a very, very valuable, very underrated variety. I've got a few comps here. Here's a 6.5 that a dealer wants $405. Here's one for $425. Here's a MS66 like we're offering here. $440. Here's another MS66, $660. Once again, this is extremely rare, folks. There are only 1,588 examples certified in all grades by NGC, 391 of which are MS66. 391 coins of which are MS66. I have these today, MS66 condition. They're not $650 or $450 or $395 or even $295. This is a great, great issue. This is an era variety I could not recommend more highly. I believe this is among the most undervalued major variety era coins in the entire Franklin Kennedy half-dollar series. This double die obverse, at least as rare as the double die obverse, the 1955 Lincoln cent. And I've got these coins for only $179 a coin. $179 a coin. And I offer you a 3-coin special while I have these. Again, I have around 75 examples, which represents, roughly 20% of the entire NGC population. Around 75 examples. I've been trying to buy these every chance I get. This is such a winner as a collector. You know, it's an absolute grand slam opportunity. 3 examples, the price drops down to $176.33. You can own 3 examples for only $529. $529. 3 examples of the extremely rare 1966 Special Mint Set Double Die Kennedy Half Dollar for only $529. 1 example, if you want to just get one, only $179. I've never been able to offer this coin, this extremely valuable variety, extremely rare variety, at this great price. This is the best price I've ever been able to offer this issue on. It's the best price you'll ever see from me, folks. This is as good as I can do. This is just a great opportunity for the collector of today. Now, once again, if you've just tuned in, what we have is the very, very rare major variety, the Special Mint Set Kennedy with the double die obverse profile, which you see right here. On the left, you see the regular Kennedy profile, and then on the right, you see the doubling around Kennedy's neck and around his chin and up through his mouth area, which came from improper preparation of the working die. Back during that era, the working die needed at least 2 impressions from the master die to strike all the necessary details into that working die. So between strikings, what they would do is remove the working die after the first striking, heat the die or anneal the die, that metal steel rod metal die, in an oven to soften the metal. Then when they would bring it out, put it back in place. Now there would be little notches on the cone so they would know exactly where to replace it for that second striking. In this case, that working die was rotated just a little bit, and so when that master die came down for the second striking, you ended up getting this doubling that you see here. Just a very, very rare variety. Extraordinary because, again, it's a variety you can see with your naked eye, very easy to see, and it's just a golden opportunity as a collector. If you've never acquired the 1966 double die obverse, this is the time to do it. Well, I can offer them for only $179 a coin. We have a lot of people calling in on this one. Again, looks like we have a couple people. Another one who just took advantage of the 3-coin option, where you can own 3 of these for only $529. Again, we have a picture here of the steel rods that are used to make working dies. That's the steel rod, and then once that steel rod gets an impression from a master die, for example, here's a steel rod that's going to be used to strike the reverse of the Memorial Lincoln Cent. And you could see the impression there of the Memorial reverse Lincoln Cent on that steel rod. So that's the process that, again, it doesn't happen anymore because nowadays they can make these working dies with just a single press from the master die. So they have advanced technology that makes this kind of rarity impossible. So while we have them, this is an opportunity to take advantage of a rarity from a bygone era that really, with the passage of time, folks, this is only going to become more valuable with the passage of time. It's such an important variety in the Kennedy Half Dollar series, very rare, and I've got a great price on it, only $179 a coin, 3 for $529. One last time, this is how rare it is. These are the total number of coins graded of some of the more important varieties and error coins to compare the 66 double die with. You've got the accented hair Kennedy, which was the first proof Kennedy struck, which you're familiar with, a very rare coin. In all grades, NGC has graded about 12,500 coins versus about 28,000 for the regular variety of the Kennedy. You've got the 55 double die obverse Lincoln, which we showed you at the beginning of the presentation. all grades, about 3,500 examples certified. And just finding one in circulated condition, folks, circulated damaged condition is going to be $1,500, $2,000. Okay? And here you got the 66 double die, this major variety, only about half the number certified in all grades, 1,600 coins. And I've got MS66s for only $179. There's no reason I can think of where if you want to put away something that has tremendous future potential, you want to get at least 3 of these, really. It's a great, great opportunity for the collector of today. Please take advantage of it. This is a coin that will be really, really good to you. Please stay tuned. I've got another little presentation coming right up you might enjoy as well.
Hope you're ready for this one because this is an exciting issue. You know, lately when I've been appearing on the air, we've had so many exciting presentations, so many new presentations, so many historic, so many valuable, and of course rare, because, you know, after all, we are rare collectibles, right? That sometimes one of the most beloved, one of those popular, and one of the rarest coins kind of gets lost in the shuffle today. But this is no time to forget about the Kennedy half dollar. You know, the Kennedy half dollar, it really could be said that it is the single most popular coin in terms of how many collectors there are of the coin and how it seems that every single Kennedy half dollar that has ever been struck and released into, well, either into circulation or to us collectors is gone. Here's an amazing fact. Believe it or not, they still mint the Kennedy half dollar in a copper nickel business strike that normally, back in the day, they would have released into circulation. But you know the thing about the Kennedy half dollar? Ever since 1964, when the first Kennedy half dollar was released, no matter what year, what time of year, what date the coin is, whenever there is a Kennedy half dollar that ends up where some collector can find it, basically maybe in circulation, they're grabbed up and they disappear. And because of this, the U.S. Mint no longer releases Kennedy half dollars. I'm just talking about regular issue, copper nickel, into circulation because they don't last more than 5 minutes. That's a fact. There have been hundreds of millions of business-struck Kennedy half dollars since 1964. So the Kennedy half dollar, first struck in 1964, and the backstory to the Kennedy half dollar is pretty much known by everybody, and I'm going to tell you what it is, but this is such a short presentation. I want to get to these collector issues. So like I was saying, when the Mint strikes a collector issue, and I'm talking about the coins that you have to special order from the Mint to get, that are struck for the collector, meaning that they're struck a minimum of 2 times to make them high relief, to bring out the detail, to give you that strike that you anticipate in a collectible coin, those coins disappear at an alarming rate as well because they amount to just the tiniest fraction of the regular issue. And that's where we stand right now. But something exciting has made it even harder to get these coins. And so really, it's kind of like a rare coin alert right now. What's happened, ladies and gentlemen, is that in 2019, the Mint changed the purity, the content of the silver Kennedy half dollar. Now, it always had a lot of silver in it. In the past, they had 90% silver, 90% pure silver. The Mint has really been appealing to collectors and reaching out to collectors and succeeding in a big way in giving collectors something exciting in almost every new issue. So in 2019, a new series of Kennedy silver half dollars began. Oh, the design is that same famous design of Gilroy Roberts' obverse and Frank Gaspero's reverse. You know, the Great Seal of the Presidency on the reverse of the coin, and what literally was Kennedy's inaugural medal as the portrait, as the obverse of the Kennedy half dollar. These coins, ladies and gentlemen, today are so incredible because they are now pure silver, 0.999 pure silver. This had never been done before. And when you get a coin that is minted in pure silver, nothing strikes up like pure silver. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, you're speechless, and here's why. You are looking at the finest example of a Kennedy half-dollar attainable. The highest grade, in addition to the highest grade, proof 70, that's indicative of a flawless, perfect condition coin. What you also have is the Ultra Cameo. And what you see right there in black and white explains the cameo effect in a nutshell. The field of the coin, the background of the coin, which is really a flat surface, appears on your TV screen as a black mirror. But really, in real life, when you look at that coin, you're going to see your own reflection in it. It is so mirrored. And Kennedy's profile, that appears in what we call a satin finish or very frosty. There's a few ways to describe the cameo effect. But what it really boils down to is a black and white appearance on the coin. Now, these coins are created from the finest die pairs, absolute flawless examples, that after each and every, let's say 15 or 20 impressions, every 15 or 20 coins that are struck, the dies are actually pulled out of the coining press. They're completely polished and cleaned and redone, and this is after the most 20 coins are struck. So when you see these collector coins, wow, the perfection jumps out at you, the detail, the relief of the coin. You know, if you could hold that coin in your hand, you could feel the design. You could feel every little bit of the coin where there's raised letters and Kennedy's profile and the bald eagle. That, my friends, is the difference between a collector coin and the regular issue. Now, here's the thing. This is alarming, especially to us collectors who want to get a Kennedy half-dollar. And I'll tell you what, you pick up any coin book, any book about numismatics, and they will, in the beginning of the book, it's going to tell you the world's most popular half-dollar, the United States of America's most popular half-dollar, is the Kennedy half-dollar. You could go all the way back to the very first days of the U.S. Mint. And then you could get to the Barber half-dollars, very prolific series. The Walking Liberty half-dollars, the coin that our American Silver Eagle dollar is based on today. And the Franklin half-dollars. No half-dollar minted by the United States of America ever has the popularity of the Kennedy half-dollar. So you got millions of collectors of Kennedy half-dollars who are willing to collect coins that they would be lucky enough to find in pocket change if they could. But the collector's issues, here's why this is a must-buy. Take a look at the tiny, tiny amount of these. Now, as a series from 1964 to 2020 is a business struck coin, a coin meant to be released into circulation. There were over 4 billion minted. The proof issues, and you can see 1964 to 2020. Look at the small quantity. Now keep in mind, millions of collectors of the Kennedy half-dollar in all its forms. Every single one of those people, you can bet, are trying to get the latest issue of the Kennedy half-dollar when the Mint announces that they are being issued. And in spite of all that, take a look at the most important part about this. You get down to the bottom of this table, and you see the percentage, just as a release from the Mint, of proofs versus the business strikes. 3.6%. And so that's directly released from the Mint. The ones that have been certified in a perfect grade, a perfect proof 70, a dramatic drop in the percentage of proof strikes certified 70. Boils down to 0.15%. Obviously not even a percent of the coins. Now, I don't want to alarm you, and I don't want to cause a stampede to the phone, but this bit of information here is going to do both. This is dramatic, folks. 2019, when the Mint first came out with this coin, it was the first ever 3 9s fine, pure silver Kennedy half-dollar. There was a mad rush to get these coins. And as a first day of issue, a special label there were 7,130 coins certified in a perfect Proof 70 first day of issue label. Now take a look at the second year. Now, what happens in the first year of any issue generally is that collectors and non-collectors alike, just anybody who happens to hear that there's a new Kennedy half dollar, well, they rush to get this coin. But by the second year, only the true collectors are left. And almost every time, without exception, the second year mintages are dramatically lower than the first. This is what's happening to just the second year of the Kennedy half dollar in pure silver. And here's a result of the pure silver coin in a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade, first day of issue. Only 1,944 coins have been certified. A dramatic difference. In the 1 year before, same labeling, same grade, vast difference in the populations. So, I want to remind you of something else, ladies and gentlemen. In order to acquire one of these coins and send it in for grading, to get a perfect Proof 70 grading, you can see the infrequency with which you have a chance of that happening. You have to submit a lot of coins to get that one perfect grade. Doesn't even happen 1% of the time. And you got to have a little bit of luck, too. You could submit 10 coins and not get one perfect grade. And yet, they're going to charge you for grading. It's a consultation that they'll be charging you for. But when they grade them, this is what you're up against, especially in a perfect grade, over $50. So you start figuring this in your head. Well, let's see, I might have to buy 10, 15, 20 coins, and I'll submit it in the grading service, and I'll cross my fingers, and I'll wait, and I'll see, and hopefully we'll get one or two in a perfect grade back. But if we don't, what do? Well, we go out and buy a bunch more, submit them, and hope again. Or, right now, for $295, you can get what was only attainable in the very beginning of the launch of this 2020. First day of issue. It says it all, right? First day of issue. It beat all the other coins to the grading service. And thusly, it got to be called first day of issue. It has everything you need to know on that label. 2020 San Francisco struck. First day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, and 0.999 fine silver. So a whole new series of Kennedy half dollars has been born in 2019. I want to show you this compilation of mintages from the very first Kennedy half dollar all the way through to the 2020 in pure silver. The reason why I'm showing you all these numbers is these represent millions of Kennedy half dollar collectors. Out of all these hundreds of millions, even billions of coins, a pretty good percentage of these folks are collecting these coins every year, trying to build a date run. Those are the folks who are first in line for the collector's coins. Now, any Kennedy half dollar, it seems today, has become collectible, which is why the Mint will no longer release the Kennedy half dollar into circulation, because people like you and me just grab them as soon as we see them. But if you want pure silver, if you want low population, a perfect grade, highest cameo designation, an unbelievable price of $295, this is the coin and this is the time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this all ends here with a tally, a total mintage, and these are all proof coins, by the way, of 152,866,011 coins. And I want you to take a look at these mintages for the 2 issues so far that are pure silver. They're heading for greatness. I'll tell you, everybody wants these coins at $295. I hope I have shown you that this is a rare coin, and this is not a description of a coin that we use easily. This is a coin with a population that is minuscule. This is a coin that will no longer qualify for the special labeling that this coin was given. This is a perfect grade. This has it all. And one of the great things about it is we have saved you an immense amount of money. Remember everything that went into getting just one of these coins in a perfect 70 grade. That's the presentation of just the second year in pure silver of the most popular half dollar ever. and one of the most popular coins ever. Thank you so much for watching, and please stay tuned because, you know, Rare Collectibles TV, we're finding new coins all the time, new exciting deals. And there's one coming up next. I can bet you on it. Thank you.
From the old San Francisco Mint, known as the Granite Lady. Stay tuned for Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Timing is everything. Well, almost everything in life. Being in the right place at the right time. Well, folks, you are in the right place, and this is definitely the right time for you. The great European gold hoard of United States minted gold double eagles. United States gold double eagles that have been sitting silently, frozen in time, like a time capsule, in a few banks in Europe since the early 1930s. The great majority of gold double eagles coming out of the great European gold hoard were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. That only makes sense. The Philadelphia Mint was closest to our East Coast, and these double eagles were sent by ship in mint bags to these banks in Europe. Now, the San Francisco Mint also struck gold double eagles. But of course, the San Francisco Mint was established to strike coins for commerce serving our western states. And that is where most of the coins remained. Very few St. Gaudens double eagles struck in San Francisco made their way to the East Coast, let alone in uncirculated condition, in mint bags, similar to the one I have here, and to then be sent on ship to banks in Europe. I have a set of gold coins for you today, folks. A set of rare gold double eagles. These are the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. And the coins I have were struck at the San Francisco Mint in 1914 and 1915. They are the 1914S and 1915S St. Gaudens double eagles. Take a look at this collection, folks. Out of the great European gold hoard, this is an incredible offering. The fact that these are St. Gaudens double eagles, which were last struck in 1933, is a big deal in itself. I mean, the St. Gaudens double eagle is a coin considered among many collectors and dealers to be the most beautiful, artistic, numismatic creation in the history of the United States Mint. And the coin is named after the artist himself, Augustus St. Gaudens. And the fact that these coins were struck in San Francisco, of all places, and to survive in this condition is miraculous. And that's what really makes this an opportunity I would earnestly ask you to consider. These St. Gaudens double eagles were struck in San Francisco over 100 years ago. The coins you are looking at are among the finest surviving specimens. They are mint state 64 condition. Now, mint state 64, meaning these coins struck for commerce have somehow miraculously survived over 100 years in near mark-free condition. Now, the Smithsonian, folks, the Smithsonian is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. The single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics is in the Smithsonian. It's an 1849 double eagle, valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. If you go to the Smithsonian and look at their St. Gaudens double eagle collection, and look at their 1914S and 1915S, they will be exceptional mint state 62 specimens. Mint state 62, which is exceptional, but it's a full 2 points lower in grade than the examples that I have for you today. Needless to say, I have a limited quantity of these two dates. Now, these two dates, these coins that I have, really should not exist. Before I get into that story, they're called the double eagle, the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece with about a half an ounce of gold. And because it was the largest gold piece at the time, it was called the eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And within a year, our country had an abundance of gold. And with that gold, the Treasury was able to consider striking an even larger gold coin, which would be of great benefit to our banking system. This larger gold coin would essentially have a full ounce of gold. It would be twice the size of the eagle. And so it was referred to as the double eagle. These treasures that I have, these crown jewels, these most precious pieces of American history, our heritage, struck in 1914 and 1950, so incredibly well preserved. If you never buy another United States rare coin again, these gold double eagles I have today are two coins I would most passionately implore you to acquire. You need to understand that coins this old, these largest gold coins, they are a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. I've got one in my hand here, a little bit smaller than a Morgan dollar. But they're about 25% heavier. And these coins, again, they were struck for commerce. Once they were struck, they would be ejected from the die press into a bin. One coin would land on top of another. From there, they would go through coin counting machines, and they'd be dumped into bags to be shipped to banks around the country. Now, gold is a very heavy, dense metal, and also a very soft metal. If you can imagine, this bag here might be able to hold a bowling ball. If you had a bowling ball in this bag, it would be 16 pounds. That's the heaviest size bowling ball. 16 pounds. Be heavy. But if the same bag had gold double eagles filling that same space, this bag would weigh around 60 pounds. And these heavy, heavy gold coins struck in gold, this very soft metal, would acquire bag marks along the way. And you can see them from looking at the examples that I have here. Here's a typical specimen, folks. Look at the deep cut at around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, near the rim on the obverse. The deep gouge in the field. When you get a coin that deeply damaged, it's not even gradable, folks. Here's another example. These are typical survivors. Look at the deep gouge in the rim at around 8 o'clock. And then over Liberty's trunk area, deep gouge along her trunk area, deep scratches in the field. Again, a coin that's not gradable. It's so heavily damaged. Now, I would like you to take a look at some of these 1914s and 1915s St. Gaudens that we have today in Mint State 64. Again, among the finest known, folks. Fully 2 points superior in quality to the Smithsonian examples. Take a look at this coin, folks. So near mark free, this largest gold double eagle, shimmering luster, this classic Liberty design, no deep gouges or scuffs, so fresh, almost as if it's a specimen. And then you have the reverse of the St. Gaudens double eagle. It's the one coin I like to say has a reverse as beautiful and inspirational as the obverse. Because there you have the American eagle in full flight, wings outstretched in an upward trajectory, with the rays of the sun behind, in God we trust below. It's stunning, it's beautiful. And these were struck in San Francisco. And this is the interesting part, because the mint mark is minuscule. It's just above the date, a tiny, tiny little S. I think they used the S mint mark for the Mercury dime when they struck these St. Gaudens double eagles. It's a very small mint mark, but it's there nonetheless, the small San Francisco mint mark, that all-important San Francisco mint mark. And then the 1915 S's that we have, folks. Take a look at one of these. Look at this, folks. Struck over 100 years ago, struck for commerce. They didn't receive any special treatment. They weren't individually handled. They were dumped into bins, thrown into bags, shipped to banks around the country. These coins should not exist, especially in this condition. This is a miracle. And the prices I'm able to offer these coins at truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, for those of you who are new to numismatics, coins are graded on a 70-point scale from a low of 1 to a high of 70. The lower the number, the heavier the wear of the coin, the poorer condition of the coin. Anything 60 and above is a coin that's never been in circulation. It's uncirculated. 70 is the highest possible grade. That represents perfection. Now, there are no coins struck before the 1960s that have ever graded 70, folks. The Mint has struck literally billions and billions of coins, from cents to double eagles, prior to 1960. But not a single example has ever been certified in flawless 70. They don't exist. A St. Gaudens double eagle in the condition of these San Francisco struck issues means they are coins that are uncirculated with very, very few, very minor bag marks. These are extraordinary grades for a double eagle from this early vintage era. These coins, folks, they would not exist if not for the European gold hoard. And this is where the story really gets interesting. The European gold hoard is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the collector of today. It really all began during the Great Depression and in 1933, when there were approximately 4,000 bank failures in our country. Just imagine, you have your life savings, you've spent 10, 20, 30, 40 years accumulating. It's your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed. Your money is gone. Your life savings is gone. You were wiped out. It was financial ruin, devastation for millions of Americans. And so a lot of people were understandably terrified if they had money in banks that were still solvent. They're concerned that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their banks, and with that paper money, they started buying gold coins. throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always had value. Gold has always been the most precious metal. When all these Americans began pulling their money out of these banks that were already stressed, it threatened further failure in the banking system. And so Franklin Roosevelt, in April of 1933, passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, that's hard to believe in the United States of America, that it would be illegal to own over $100 worth of gold. But it was enforced, folks. If you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced either a $10,000 fine, 10 years imprisonment, or both. What did the Treasury do with all those gold coins? Take a look at this chart. Fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck from 1850 to 1933 were melted back down into gold bars. Over 50 million coins. There were, on the other hand, a handful of enterprising individuals who said to themselves, well, look, I'm not about to keep all my money in the bank and to lose it all if the bank goes under. On the other hand, if I buy gold coins and I'm caught with over $100 worth of gold, I could face 10 years imprisonment. There was a third option. What a lot of people began to do, and a lot of institutions began to do, was to actually buy the bags of gold, gold coins, while it was still legal. Most of them were double eagles. And they began to ship these bags to banks in Europe. I mean, they're not legal to own it in the United States, but they're not illegal to own in another country. So they ship these bags of gold coins to banks in Europe, and some of these bags have been coming out over the last several years, and we've been able to buy some original bags of some of these St. Gaudens Double Eagles books that have been incredible. Now, first of all, to find any St. Gaudens in uncirculated condition is extraordinary. When you look at the total number of St. Gaudens Double Eagles struck over the entire series, they struck around 70 million coins. But remember, around 39% were melted back down. Of the original mintage, all the major grading services, only about 2.5% of that mintage has been certified in uncirculated condition. And most of those are between MS60 and MS63 grade. They're the lower grades with heavy bag marks. Now, what makes these so special is that when you look at the St. Gaudens Double Eagles certified in uncirculated condition, the vast majority, as I said in the beginning of my presentation, came from the Philadelphia Mint, the mint that was closest to the East Coast. Here's a chart that shows the most common St. Gaudens Double Eagles that have been certified by PCGS. And you can see the top several dates were all struck in Philadelphia. 1924P being the most common. In MS64 condition, it's an extremely elusive coin. Only 102,000 certified for the 24P. But then the second most common date, look how much rarer the second most common date is. 1908P, about half that of the 24P. And then you get down to the 28P, only 19,000 coins. And then we have at the bottom there the 14S and the 15S, folks. About 5% of the total of the 1924P. Now, St. Gaudens Double Eagles in mint state condition. I mean, there's some very rare dates like the 1927D. Here's a 1927D that sold in auction in mint state 63 condition for about $1.3 million. But then you get to the most common dates, and here we have a 1908P, one of the most common dates next to the 24P in mint state 64 condition. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $3,500 coin. Here's the great news that I have for you today. From day one, our policy is not to sell these coins based on what the market will bear. We offer these coins based on our cost. These 1914S and 15S St. Gaudens double eagles in Mint State 64. We bought this entire collection that came out of Europe. Rarely do San Francisco minted St. Gaudens double eagles come out of Europe. And even rare are they in MS 64 condition. I have fewer than 100 of each in Mint State 64 condition. Again, superior to the Smithsonian. These are not $5,900 or $4,900. Now, $3,900 would be a great price. It would be an exceptional price. But I got together with my partners on this, and we looked at our costs, and we analyzed it, and we said, well, what is our absolute best price on these coins? If you want a 1914S, Mint State 64, we have a limited quantity available today, folks. Call in now. This is a limited time offer. As with all of our rare coin offerings, when we're out of these, especially from the Great European Gold Hoard, when we get an exclusive like this, once we're out, that's it. If we get somebody calling in a couple weeks later and we no longer have the coins, we can't replace them at that price. But while we have them, you can get a 1914S for only $3,595. Now, if you can't swing the entire $35.95 today, I would urge you, just put half down. We've got a half down opportunity. So all you have to do is put $1,797.50 down, and we'll hold a 1914S for you in MS64 and pay the balance in 30 days. The most beautiful, artistic, numismatic creation in the history of the United States Mint. These St. Gaudens double eagles were struck in San Francisco over 100 years ago. Again, among the finest known, folks, in Mint State 64. Fully 2 points superior in quality to the Smithsonian example. Now, the second coin, the 1915S, is even a little rarer than the 1914S, but it's only $37.95. And again, we have the two payment option. Half down today of $1,897.50, and we'll hold a 1915S with your name on it, put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. These coins should not exist, especially in this condition. This is a miracle. So near mark free, shimmering luster, no deep gouges or scuffs, so fresh. The mint mark is minuscule. It's just above the date. A tiny, tiny little less. It's a very small mint mark, but it's there nonetheless. The small San Francisco mint mark. Almost as if it's a specimen. But folks, don't just get one. Get the set while we have. This is a national treasure. This is something you want to hold on to, pass on to your kids, pass on to your grandkids. Keep it in the family. These are jewels. These are absolute national treasures from the early 1900s, struck at the San Francisco Mint, gold double eagles that were last struck in 1933. If you get the set, folks, we've got an RCTV special, limited time offer while we have both in stock. You can own both for only $6,995. That is a savings of $395 when you get the pair. And the best part of all, to make it as accessible as possible to everyone who's watching, we have a 3-payment option on the 2-coin set. So all you have to do is put 1/3 down today of $2,331.67, and we'll put a set of these aside for you, again, with your name on it, in our vault. Make the second payment in 30 days and the final payment in 60 days. And you'll own 2 of the most sensational St. Gaudens double eagles, struck at the San Francisco Mint San Francisco Mint back then was called the Granite Lady. It's an amazing historic building in San Francisco. When they had the great earthquake in 1906 in San Francisco, about the only building remaining that was left standing was the Granite Lady, folks. 6-foot thick granite walls. These San Francisco issue Granite Lady double eagles are true keepsakes, folks. This is the perfect time to buy rare gold double eagles. Not very long ago, there was a very important article that came out. The title, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're referring to the most common gold. Like when I showed you the chart of those St. Gaudens double eagles, the most common gold St. Gaudens double eagles are the 1924p, the 1908p. Those are considered generic gold coins. A 1914S, 15S are much rarer St. Gaudens double eagles, folks. They're rare gold double eagles. But here's the key sentence in the article, something I've been telling our viewers now for years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. These are not, again, generic St. Gaudens. They're rare date pieces that are just about double the gold value. You have over $1,700 in gold value alone in these coins. And not are they uncirculated San Francisco Mint issue, but they are among the finest known, superior to the examples in the Smithsonian. I mean, if you have some really good friends you want to share something with, show them this set that you just acquired from Rare Collectibles TV. These 1914S, 1915S St. Gaudens double eagles that you can have a lot of pride of ownership. These two San Francisco Mint 1914 and 1915 St. Gaudens double eagles in spectacular mint state 64, so fresh, so near perfect, over 100 years old, that have survived the journey across the ocean and back in such a near flawless condition. Again, we have a limited quantity. This is a limited time offer. I would encourage you, please take advantage of this while we have them. You will be glad you did. Thank you for watching. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. If you're tuning in for the very first time, welcome to my show. And in the next 20, 30 minutes, if I entertain and educate you and you find something enjoyable, even if you don't buy a coin, all is well, you know, as long as you get some enjoyment out of the program, and if you feel you've learned something that maybe you didn't know before. You know, that's what this show is really all about. I enjoy teaching about coins and talking about coins. I've written several books on coins, exploring areas of numismatics that perhaps other dealers have not explored before. And that's what this show is all about. That's what the presentation I have for you today is all about. From day one, folks, on my very, very first show, my very first Rick's U.S. Coin Show that debuted in the summer of 2014, I've always stressed to buy the coin and not the holder, because all MS-65s are not equal. All Proof 67s are not equal. Let me show you what I mean. Here, for example, I have 2 Walking Liberty half dollars in proof condition. One's a Proof 67, and one is a Proof 66, actually a grade lower. I'm going to put them side by side. Now you see the holder, the Proof 67 there, higher grade. The coin that I would pay more for is the Proof 66. Notice the feels of the Proof 67, the haze, the toning in the feels of the coin. On the other hand, the Proof 66, look at the mirrors, how deep they are, just as the coin appeared when it was originally struck back in 1940. It's not hazy, it's not all filmy, it's not spotted. It has beautiful, beautiful eye appeal, exceptional eye appeal for the date and the grade. And eye appeal is so very, very important. Here's a couple more examples. Here I've got some Franklin half dollars. They're all the same date, 1958 Ds. Here's one in brilliant condition. I love Mint State Franklin half dollars in brilliant condition. When you can get them with those original brilliant surfaces and minimal bag marks, they're stunning coins. It's an MS-65 FPL. On the other hand, here's one that's toned, and it's a higher grade. It's MS-66 FPL. It's from an original cardboard mint set. And look at the toning. It's very gray, it's splotchy, it's really unattractive. And I specialize in Mint State Franklins, and so it's very difficult for me to buy because I'll get so many dealers and collectors who will send me these Franklin half dollars and that are in high grade, and they think just because it has a high grade, I'm going to buy the coin. I said, no, I'm not going to buy a coin that doesn't have eye appeal because of the simple fact that if I sell this kind of coin to a client, what happens years down the road when that client then wants to resell it? They're going to offer it to somebody, and the person's going to look at the coin, and they're going to say, well, you know, I'm really not interested in acquiring this coin. It's really not very attractive. On the other hand, here's a toned 58D with sensational eye appeal. And I paid folks, that last 58D, I wouldn't even pay $100 for it, even though it's a 6.6 FPL. This piece here, I paid somewhere in the neighborhood of $3,000 for, even though it's a 6.5, and it's not even an FPL, because of the color. It's just gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous color. It has tremendous eye appeal. Tremendous eye appeal. Here's a couple final Franklins. These are proofs. Here's a 1954 proof. But again, notice all the haze and splotchy toning in the fields. This is not the kind of proof Franklin I want you to own. Here's the kind of proof of Franklin I want you to own. You look at this coin, brilliant surfaces, deeply mirrored, no haze, no toning, no spotting, as pristine as the day it was struck back in 1955. These are the kind of coins I want you to own, folks. Folks, it's all about eye appeal, quality, and condition rarity, the 3 legs of the stool. Those important 3 legs are what I look for in every coin I offer to my clients, you folks watching today. Now, I am an active bidder on the internet for the finest Franklin half dollars, the finest Kennedy half dollars, the finest United States proof coins, including Morgan dollars. I've acquired some sensational proof Morgan dollars over the years, seeded dollars, proof gold even, early proof gold, that have incredible eye appeal, incredible rarity. For those kinds of coins, I am the highest bidder, but I am what they call a site seen bidder. I put bids in on a sight seen basis. And what that means is that they can ship me the coin. And if it has the eye appeal that I'm looking for in the coin, I will pay that price. If, on the other hand, it doesn't meet my standards for eye appeal, I return the coin. I have no obligation to purchase it. And that's the only way I buy rare coins. A sightseeing basis that meet my standards for exceptional eye appeal. Because rare coins, really, when you think about it, rare coins are an art form. As a collector, I've always appreciated a rare coin with superior eye appeal and beauty when compared to a coin of the same grade but without the beauty. So I have always focused on only acquiring the highest possible quality rare coins with the greatest possible beauty and eye appeal. So that when the time comes for you to go sell your coin to another collector or another dealer, the first impression that future owner will have is the eye appeal and beauty of your collection. When you bring your collection out to share with friends or at your local coin show or coin club, whether they're an experienced collector or a novice, what they'll first notice and admire is the beauty of your collection. And then they may look at the grade on the label. But it's all about the beauty of the coins. My philosophy is really simple. Franklin and Kennedy half dollars have been an area of specialization for me for a few decades. I have devoted several books to these coins, and the result has been a booming market for the finest possible proof and mint state Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Just recently, just over a year ago, something I'd been predicting for years, that there would come a time when a Franklin half dollar would realize over 6 figures in an auction. And sure enough, a 1958 P Franklin half dollar, MS67 Plus FBL, sold for $129,250 in auction. Now at the bottoms there, you see it where it says price realized $110,000. Well, that doesn't add the auction house fee onto it. You add the auction house fee onto it, and the total price paid by the winning bidder was $129,250 because of the exceptional eye appeal, quality, and condition rarity of the coin. I have an opportunity for you today, an opportunity to acquire truly beautiful, top quality, and conditionally very rare and desirable United States half dollars. United States half dollars, the largest denomination, folks, that's still struck by the mint today for commerce. To offer all of you to the collector of today at the most collector-friendly price. I'm extremely protective of you folks, my clients. I feel that as a pioneer in the collecting of these coins, these Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, United States proof coins, proof walking Liberty half dollars, the finest Morgan dollars, as long as I am a market leader and an author in these coins and so-called expert in these coins, my obligation is to offer you the very, very finest possible for your numismatic dollar. And that's what this is all about. And that's what I have for you today, folks. And so I've spent the last 2 years working with NGC, developing the most stringent grading standard possible that emphasizes not just the technical grade on the holder, but the eye appeal of your Franklin as well. Of course, coins of this highest caliber need a very special holder. And the holder that I have, I'm calling the We the People Franklin holder, made from the highest quality medical grade plastics and sealed airtight. I have a set for you today, folks, in proof 67 condition in these new We the People holders. Please take a look at this collection. With these custom holders, We the People, words taken from the Constitution, every date from 1955 to the last year of the series, 1963, in proof condition. Now, these are proof coins, and I'm in a minute going to show you the difference between a proof Franklin and a mint state Franklin. These are proof 67s. And now I have a limited number of these sets, folks, and in a few minutes I'll explain why. Why I have a limited number, especially at the prices I have them at. Now, I have actually two different sets in proof 67. The set you see here, and then I have a set to the right, which is a 10-coin set that includes two different 1956 half dollars. You can see the 1955, 1956 Type 1, and 1956 Type 2. Now, briefly, mint state and proof Franklin half dollars. First of all, mint state Franklins were the coins struck for commerce to use as spending money. Mint state coins that are struck for commerce don't receive any kind of special treatment. The blanks are quickly fed into the dies. They're struck once, ejected from the die where they fall into a bin, where they are braided with other coins. They go through counting machines, and then they get thrown into bags, dumped onto trains, get shipped to banks around the country, so that by the time you get one, even though it's never been in circulation, it'll have plentiful bag marks on it. Now, I happen to have a roll of some mint state Franklin half dollars. These happen to be 1963 coins struck at the Denver Mint. And this is an uncirculated 1963D. And you can see all the marks and spots all over the coin, even though it's uncirculated. Never been in circulation, but again, it doesn't receive any kind of special treatment. And that's your typical mint state Franklin. Now, proof coins, on the other hand. Proof coins are nothing new. Proof coins have been offered by the mint since the early 1800s. Originally, though, they were just offered in limited quantities to dignitaries, very important people, kings and queens, and the mint may have only struck 10 or 20 in any given year. It wasn't until 1858 that the public could actually buy a proof coin. Proof coins are struck in very limited numbers because of all the technology and all the labor and work and artistry that goes into creating a proof coin. A proof coin is meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And so when you look at the mintages of the mint state Franklins compared to the proof Franklins from 1955 to 1963, you can see the proofs were struck in much, much smaller numbers. In 1955 alone, a total of only 378,000 coins were struck. That's a minuscule number, even though the mint state numbers were very small as well, 2.5 million. To make a proof coin, the mint goes through a lot of work. They take the finest dies, they polish them until the dies have a mirror-like finish. They take the coin blanks and give them a kind of polishing treatment as well. Then they slowly feed those blanks into the die and then strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, unlike mint state coins, which are dumped into bins, proof coins are individually handled, so they're not allowed to braid with any other coins. The Franklin series is really unique. It's the last half-dollar series struck entirely in 90% silver. And then when these Franklin proof coins were struck at the U.S. Mint, the technology back then in Philadelphia was basically the same technology used to make those proof coins as the technology they were using back in the 1800s, folks. So the proof coins coming out of the Philadelphia Mint back in the 1950s and 1960s were usually seriously flawed. The best example I have is a group of 1958 sets I bought a couple years back that were sealed sets. They had never been opened. There were around 100 sets. Now, I've used this box before in other presentations where I would open a set or two to show you what I encountered when I first bought this box. I bought these sealed sets thinking, okay, I bought these sealed 1958 sets. I'm going to get hopefully some beautiful coins in there. And I opened the first 10, 15 sets, and every single Franklin half was spotted. Right then, I knew it was one of those batches where the quality control was just really poor. And that was one of the big problems back in the Franklin era. It was the quality control. One of the important procedures in preparing proof coins back in this era was to wash the coin blanks in a soap solution. Unfortunately, most of the time, all of that soap solution was not completely washed off the coin blank before it went into the die. So any soap solution left on that coin blank, when that blank went into the die, and that die came down with 200 tons of pressure, at that point, that soap residue was struck into the coin. It became a part of the coin. With 200 tons of pressure, it is then part of the coin. So I've got a handful of unopened 1958 sets. We're going to cut this one open and see what we can find. Maybe it'll be the first ever non-spotted 1958 Franklin out of this little 100 coin collection I acquired many years back. So this is the original, by the way, this is the original envelope that come in. So you can see 1958 PC, Treasury Department, United States Mint, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is the original packaging. And then here's the original cellophane the set comes in. And you can see each coin is in its own compartment. And on first glance, the set looks actually quite nice. That 58 looks beautiful. But you're looking through the opaque surfaces of the cellophane. Let's cut the coin out and see what it looks like once it's out of the cellophane. You saw in the set, the coin looked absolutely fabulous, okay? But we're going to zoom in on it. Look at all those small white spots over the surface of the coin by the In God We Trust by the rim. I think if we take the time, I could count at least 15 to 20 various sized spots on the obverse of this coin. That is soap residue. We actually did a chemical analysis of these spots at one time, and it has something to do with a soap residue. It's part of the coin. They don't come out. The reverse, you can see small spots as well. And this is one of the nicer 58s. I mean, it actually looked pretty nice in the cellophane, and that's the problem when you see these coins in the cellophane hides these small imperfections. These beautiful, beautiful Franklins you see here, folks, are absolutely spot-free. They're the finest Proof 67s you will see. I have a limited number of these elusive sets. I'd like you to take a look at these latest Franklin populations from NGC. How few have been graded in Proof 67? 55, about 6,300 coins. 56 Type 2, about 8,200. That 58, that spotting problem, only 10,700 coins graded in Proof 67. Even though they struck 875,000, very few folks survive in Proof 67 condition. Now at the bottom there, I got a couple Kennedy halves, that accented hair Kennedy, the rarest Kennedy in high-grade proof condition. The accented hair was only struck for a couple weeks in 1964. They only struck an estimated 100,000 examples. I've seen 6.6s go for $600, $700, $800. 6.7s going for over $1,000 for the accented hair Kennedy. Now at the very bottom, I have one of the most recent Kennedys, just to show you the difference, the improvement in technology over the decades. Because the 2019 Kennedys, there aren't any in 6.7. They're all either 6.8, 6.9, or 70. They've graded almost 24,000 examples in Proof 70 for the 2019 because of the advanced technology that they have available today, that they didn't have available 50 years ago, folks. We're talking about the Stone Age in proof production. So to get Franklin half dollars in Proof 67, you've got something really, really special. And consider the fact that those 2019s, that's a coin that just came out, and they've already graded 24,000. You got a 1955, they've been grading them for over 30 years now, and they've only certified 6,290 coins. Understandably, you see dealers asking top dollar for these coins. We've got a few comps for you here. Here's a 55 in Proof 6 for $275. That's proof 66, folks. We have proof 67s today. Here's the 1956, $250. The 1957 for $450. So we're already at almost $1,000 just for those first three coins. Then you've got 1958 for $150. So we're already around $1,100. 1959, $775. That's around $1,800. That's a proof 65, a dealer with almost 100% positive feedback. $999 for a proof 65. We've got a few proof 67 comps that we were able to locate. There's a 1958 proof 67, just the one coin. You know, again, that elusive, that really tough 58, $550 for 1958 in proof 67. In 1959, $800, so you're at $1,350. That's a top-rated seller with 100% positive feedback. $1,350 for just those two coins. I'll just show you one more, and then we're going to move on. $990 for 1961. You're over $2,200 just for the three coins. For me, as a collector who loves owning the best, having to pay top dollar takes a little of the fun out of collecting. And that's, in fact, what I had on my original business card. Do you want the best? From day one. That's what I advertised for. Do you want the best, folks? That's what I've always been about. But having to pay top dollar for the best, I mean, is there a way to offer great coins at collector-friendly prices? And that's my job, is to offer you the highest possible quality rare coins at the lowest collector-friendly price possible. It's that simple. And it's taken me really, literally decades of work, writing books, working with collectors for 30, 35 years to get to this point where I can make this kind of offer for you today. These coins that I'm able to offer you today, I'm only able to offer at the prices I have today because of what I began doing back in the early 1980s. And that is going through the proof sets back then. I used to attend 2 or 3 coin shows every month. And I used to look and acquire the very finest proof sets with the finest possible high-quality Franklins without spots, without hairlines. And I'd buy those coins and sell them to my clients. So I have put together some really supreme collections of proof Franklins for my clients dating back to the early 1980s. And this is, again, before there was a PCGS and before there was an NGC. I would look for these coins without spots, without hairlines, and sell them for $1 or $2 over my cost. And I put together thousands and thousands of proof Franklins from these early years that met that criteria. And over the last several months, and I've been able to buy some of these collections back. And I've been able to get them at some great prices because, you know, I've got some very, very, let's put it this way, I have some very, very happy customers. They're making a nice profit on the collections I'm acquiring. And they're passing that gratitude on to me in the form of great below market prices that I'm now passing on to you. These sets, folks, the set I have here, this set, this 9-coin set, is a set that, again, when you add up the prices and see what other dealers are asking for these coins, if you just average these coins at $500 a piece, the 9-coin set, that's $4,500. Very important to understand that with these We the People Franklin coins will have their own population number in the NGC population report. They'll have their own separate number, and there will be a tiny fraction of those total NGC numbers you see today. So while NGC has graded about 6,300 1955s in proof 67, in the We the People holder, it'll be a fraction of that number. Now, at $500 a coin, this would be a $4,500 set. But again, it's not based on what the market will bear. This is an opportunity I'm able to take advantage of because of my foresight of having been working with clients back in the 1980s, before anybody was paying attention to Franklins, and placing some fabulous Franklins with clients, and being able to acquire them back today and pass the savings on to you. because I've got this 9-coin set, folks, for barely over $100 a coin. The total set is only $1,095. All 9 coins, the 55, the 56 Type 2, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 2, and 3, all in the finest Proof 67 condition. In the We the People holder, folks. Haze-free, spot-free, as pristine as the day they were struck 50 and 60 years ago. Incredibly rare. Again, they will have their own NGC population number. This is something I've, again, worked with NGC with now over the last 2 years, where we've designed a special holder that recognizes those finest Proof Franklins for the grade. Now, we've got this fabulous set for $1,095, but I've got a bonus coin for you. And this is where it really gets good. The 1956 Type 1 Franklin. The 1956 Type 1 Franklin is the all-time sleeper proof half-dollar of the 20th century. 1956, there were 2 varieties of Franklins struck. One was struck with what we call the Type 1 reverse. The second was struck with what we call the Type 2 reverse. Type 1 reverse uses the reverse design from the 1950 to 1955 proof Franklins. They only struck them for a few weeks. Estimated 25,000 coins originally struck total. That's an approximate mintage. What's the difference between the Type 1 and the Type 2? We got a couple pictures for you. This is one of those important varieties because it's a variety you can easily see with your naked eye, and that's really important. There's a lot of other dye varieties out there, but you need a magnifying glass to see them. This is one you can easily see with your naked eye. And it really focuses on the eagle to the right of the Liberty Bell on the reverse of the coin. In the Type 1, you look at the eagle. You really can't see any neck feathers or leg feathers, or really any wing feathers in the wings. You'll see some feathers at the very bottom poking out there. You'll see the tips of 5 feathers at the bottom of the Type 1 there in the right wing. But you can't see any feather. There is no feather detail. They completely redesigned the eagle for the Type 2 variety, where you see all the feathers articulated. You see articulated neck feathers and leg feathers. And then the wing feathers in the right wing, there's only 3 feathers protruding at the bottom of that right wing you see there. So it's a completely different design, an updated design, and that's what you find on all the Proof Franklins from about February of 1956 to the end of the series, the Type 2 reverse eagle. The Type 1 reverse, folks. Estimated total mintage of around 25,000 coins. Take a look at the NGC population numbers. This is a coin that's going to be valuable in any condition because of its tremendous absolute rarity. Total NGC population today is 1,878 coins. It's several times rarer than even the accented hair Kennedy. And again, it's a coin I wrote about in my first book that came out in early 1992, where I had pictures of the Type 1 and the Type 2. On page 38 of that book. Type 1 reverse and the Type 2 reverse. Now, we didn't have the camera technology back then that we have today, but that called attention to the Type 1, Type 2 reverse, and that's when NGC and PCGS began recognizing the Type 1 reverse and began offering the Type 1 designation on their holders. And we're seeing today how rare this coin is. Now, here's the good news for you. I recognized this variety early on in the early 1980s. I could see that there was a different reverse for the 1956. And the Type 1s I knew were very, very rare. And I paid a little bit more for these coins, but I got them at really great prices, and I only charged a few dollars more than I did for the regular Type 2 variety. So I've been able to get these Type 1s from these same collectors at a great, great below market price. They recognize that they're much more valuable, but at the same time, they only paid a couple bucks more than they did for the Type 2. So they're doing really, really well. I'm able to pass that great opportunity on to you today. I have a limited number of these Type 1s. You see one dealer who has one that's not even gradable. Type 1, that's in a holder, just a Type 1 marked as genuine for almost $2,000 because it's a Type 1. If you want to get the 10-coin set, folks, with the Type 1, take a look at this. Call in now. Here's a coin that normally would be an additional $1,000. If you want to get the 10-coin set with the Type 1, it's only an additional $355. You can own the set with the Type 1, the 10-coin set, folks, for $1,450 for the entire set. Now, I can't do any better than that. If you want to start with a collection of some very beautiful and very rare coins at some incredible, collector-friendly, below-market prices, this is your opportunity today in these finest, state-of-the-art, We the People holder offered by NGC, recognizing the finest Proof Franklins, which will have their own individual population reports in the NGC population tables. And you're getting the entire set for $1,450. Now, we've got a lot of people calling in. If you've just tuned in, what I have, I'm going to recap briefly, and then we have to end it here. Again, I've gone over time on this, but there's so much to talk about. These are coins that I put away many, many decades ago for collectors, back in the early 1980s, before there was a PCGS grading service and an NGC grading service, where I placed the finest, brilliant Proof Franklins with my clients over those years. I'd go through tens of thousands of sets every month, rejecting all the spotted coins and hairline coins and selling my clients the very finest coins at great, great prices. And I've been able to buy some of those collections back at great prices, and I'm passing the savings on to you today. And one last thing, I'm throwing in a free copy of the 3rd edition, the library edition, the hardcover, hand-signed and numbered by yours truly, a guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Now, there is an encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars that will be coming out in the next couple years. I've been working with Whitman on the project. It's going to be their encyclopedia size, like you see here for their book on U.S. gold coins. And so it's a huge undertaking. We're well on its way. We've already had a couple mock-ups of some possible covers. These are just, things we're playing around with, just to get the project going. It's well underway. It's well underway. But in the meantime, take advantage of this offer that I have for you today, folks. Get the set, if you can get it with the Type 1 and the entire set, with the Type 1, the 10-coin set for only $1,450. If you can't swing the 10-coin set, the 9-coin set, again, is only $1,095. You get every date from 1955 to the last date of the series, 1963, in Proof 67 condition. Again, you look at those population numbers. You can see how rare those early Franklins are, especially the 56 Type 1, the 1955, that 1958, the problems they had with spotting, the 59 is all very tough. You compare that, the rarest Kennedy half in proof condition, the accented hair, only 5,100 coins graded. And that's a $1,000 coin in proof 66, 67 grade. And here you got this Type 1, folks. It's the Godzilla of United States proof half dollars from the 20th century in terms of getting an incredibly rare coin for such a collector-friendly price. I got one final comment, and then I'm done. We've got a lot of people calling in. I've never really promoted bullion at all because I could never predict what bullion would do from one day to the next. So I've never gotten into bullion. There were other shows that promoted bullion. Back in 2011, we got this one chart to show you. I remember one show they were talking about buying bullion. To back up this truck, buy silver because it's a great time to buy. This was back April 2011 when silver was around $47 an ounce. And they were quoting expert after expert that silver would be worth $100 an ounce, $200 an ounce within the next few years. Well, The latest spot price on silver, folks, is around $17 an ounce. All those clients who listen to those shows, now I'm a big believer in silver and gold. I believe silver will, at some point, be worth well over $47 an ounce again. When that is, though, I have no idea. But back at that same time, back in April of 2011, I was talking about high-grade proof Franklins. And back then, when silver was $47 an ounce, I could put together a complete set of proof Franklins in 6-7 condition for around $3,800. That same set today, even though silver is about 1/3 the price it was, about 10 years ago, that Franklin set in proof 67 condition has about tripled in value. And that's just the generic Franklin set. That's not the Franklin with the We the People holder, folks. $10,500. So I've got the 55 to 63 set for you today with the Type 1 for only $1,450, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. So again, in closing, we've got the exclusive We the People holder I've been working with NGC for about 2 years, where we have this custom holder that recognizes the finest proof Franklins for their grade in terms of eye appeal, in terms of quality, the premium Franklins. That's exclusive through yours truly. It's been a lot of work, but this is something that is going to be so rewarding for all the collectors in the years ahead. I want to thank you for watching this presentation. This is truly a labor of love, and it's a great, great opportunity for you folks watching, for all the collectors of today, for your future. Thank you.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
What I have today are the rarest proof Franklins in the Proof Franklin series, in the highest grade given to date in the new NGC Franklin We the People holder. Now, NGC, which is the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, along with PCGS, they're the leading independent third-party grading services in our country. And I've been working with NGC over the past couple years, creating a momentous new holder that offers the highest recognition to those Franklin half dollars that epitomize those most extraordinary specimens that offer the collector the greatest possible eye appeal and quality for their grade. In short, these Franklin half dollars that, in their opinion and my opinion, represent the best of the best for their grade. And in recognition of these most extraordinary proof and mint state Franklin half dollars, NGC will also have, this is really important, a separate population table for these coins, which will distinguish these exceptional Franklin half dollars from examples in the typical generic NGC holders. Now, this is an early 1954 Franklin graded by NGC in proof 67. The Franklins I have today are 50s and 51s. But what I'm going to do with this coin, I don't want to do with a 50 or 51 in a 6-7 holder. Because what I'm going to do is crack this coin out of the holder. It's essentially sacrifice the grade in order for you to be able to see the coin out of the holder. This is the kind of Franklin that will not go in a We the People holder, folks. It has the typical toning that develops on these coins because of the original packaging, not very attractive. Again, you can see the splotchy toning on the obverse, the reverse as well has some toning. Not quite as bad, but you certainly can see some dark toning around 10, 11 o'clock. But it's going to be more evident when I crack this coin out. But before I crack it out, I want to show you the Franklins I have today, folks. These 1950 and 51 Franklins in proof 67 in the new We the People holder. This is the highest grade that these two earlier dates have been certified in the new NGC Franklin We the People Core holder. You take a look at one of these coins. Look how haze-free, pristine, deeply mirrored this coin looks. No spotting, no haze, as pristine as the day it was struck about 70 years ago, folks. It looks like the coin just came off the die and you caught it on a velvet pillow and managed to store it in a vacuum all these many, many decades. To survive in this condition is extraordinary. Now, what I want to do, though, as part of the educational process, I'm going to take that 1954 and come around here. We're going to crack it out. I'm going to sacrifice this 1954. Again, I wouldn't do this with a 1950 or 51 because of the value of those coins, but this is a 54. It's about a $400 coin, and I can always send it in to get it regraded. Now, these NGC holders, folks, are state-of-the-art. They're made from medical-grade plastics. The holders are sealed, so the two halves are actually like one unit. They don't just come apart. We always have a little fun with this. I enjoy it. You know, coin collecting is meant to be enjoyed. It's really a passion. It's a great hobby. It's meant to be shared with your friends. It's a great, you know, it's not just about coins, too. It's about our country, and it's about our heritage. It's about our history. So here we got this coin cracked open, and I'm going to pop this out. And you could see that toning over the surface of the coin, typically from the original packaging. And then on the reverse, it's a lot more obvious as well as I tilt it around. Not so with the 50s and 51s you see here. They're going to be brilliant, beautiful specimens. Now, the We the People holder also applies to the Mint State Franklins, only those Mint State Franklins that have exceptional eye appeal for their date and grade. So they have to be either fully brilliant with a beautiful eye appeal or with exceptional color toning. That's really important. I've got a couple Mint State Franklins as, you know, Exhibit A and Exhibit B here as perfect examples. Now, the 1958D here in MS66 FBL. It's MS66 FBL, folks. This is typical mint set toning. It's not what I consider attractive toning. This would not go in a We the People holder. On the other hand, here's an example, and I wouldn't even pay $100 for this, frankly, even though it's in a 6.6 FBL holder. On the other hand, here's a coin I paid well over $2,000 for, and it's in a 6.5 plus holder. It's a lower grade, but far superior eye appeal. This coin is going to be resubmitted to NGC, and I believe they will put it in a We the People holder, folks. With its own population, look at the eye appeal of this coin. It is breathtaking. And obverse and reverse. It's sensational. Absolutely sensational eye appeal. And that's what it's all about. As I said from day one, 3 legs of the stool. Rare coins are all about getting coins with exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality, and exceptional rarity for the condition we find them in at a great price, the best possible price. Now, the 50 and 51 are the key dates of the series. The Franklin half-dollar series was actually first struck in 1948. But in 1948 and 1949, they just struck the coins for commerce, for spending money. As you can see there, they struck 7 million examples in 48, 13 million in 49. It wasn't until 1950 that they began striking proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art. The Mint goes to a lot of trouble to make a proof coin. They have to take the finest dyes, they polish them to a very high degree, until the dies have a mirror-like finish. And then they slowly feed the coin blanks into the die, and they strike them twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, while mint state coins are only struck once on high-speed presses and then dumped into bins where they are braided with other coins, where they collect an abundance of bag marks along the way, proof coins are individually handled. So it's a painstaking process. It's really more of a craft than anything else. And back in the 50s, folks, 50s and 60s, these people had to be craftsmen. Nowadays, when you buy a proof set from the mint, everything is mechanized, and the coins you get truly are state-of-the-art. Here's a 1991 I have in original government packaging. You know, this is where in the era of technology, when machines have really taken over the proof-making process. They don't have to be craftsmen like they did 30, 40 years earlier. Every coin is going to be state-of-the-art, and it's housed in a hard plastic inert holder that protects the coins so they're preserved. And these 91s are as pristine as the day they were struck 30 years ago. This is so very, very important. You see those earliest issues, not only were they struck in very limited quantities, only 51,000 struck in 1950 and 57,000 in 1951. Those are minuscule populations. I mean, compare that to one of the rarest coins of the 20th century, the 1916p Standing Liberty Quarter, where they struck just over 50,000 examples. You find one in just good condition, folks, with a date that's barely readable. Heavily worn, a 1916p is going to cost you $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. And an XF is going to be $15,000. A nice BU and MS63 might be $25,000. These are rare coins in any condition. Once you get into the later 50s and early 60s, you see an incredible phenomenon taking place. And tremendous growth in the mintages of proof coins. Why? Because of collector demand. Why all of a sudden was this tremendous collector demand? 1961, 10 years after the 1951. 1951, they struck 57,000 proof coins. 1961, over 3 million. What changed? Well, it was our economy. 1951, 50 and 51, we were just coming out of the World War II. We were just entering a prosperous era in our country's history. We were the leading industrial power of the world. We had all these young GIs who were really just getting established in the working world. And during the decade of the 1950s, you saw a tremendous growth in the middle class, tremendous growth in home ownership. People were able to own their own cars, own TVs. This was the real beginning of the middle class in our country. And so you saw all these individuals who were all of a sudden able to afford their passions, like coin collecting. So collecting really exploded in the late 50s, early 60s. But in these early years, people simply couldn't afford it. So these coins were struck in limited numbers. Most importantly, what makes the 50 and 51 most valuable and most rare is the fact that even with these low mintages, the technology and the packaging was really primitive by modern standards. Here's what I write about the 1950 in my first book. This came out in late 1991, early 1992. Here's what I say about it. It is astonishing that one can look at U.S. proof coins made in the mid and late 1800s, when the Industrial Revolution was in its infancy, and find them with lovely deep mirrors, full strikes, and gorgeous frosted cameo devices, and then look at proof Franklins made in the early 1950s, when U.S. technology was leading the world, and find them with shallow mirrors, pitted devices, and every form of horrendous die polishing imaginable. Now, the fact that the Mint did not produce proofs from 1943 to 49 probably was a contributing factor to the generally poor quality of these early proof Franklins. In other words, the craftsmen they had back in 1942 to make proof coins probably weren't around 7, 8 years later when they resumed proof production in 1950. They didn't strike proof coins from 43 to 49. So when they resumed proof making in 1950, my guess is that they had new personnel trying to make these coins who had no experience making proof coins. So most of these early proof Franklins and quarters, dimes, nickels, and cents are really low quality. And I'm going to show you some population numbers that really illustrate this fact. Now I go on to say one more thing. Compounding the production problem were further problems in the packaging used to house these early proofs. These early proofs came in what I call box sets. This is the box set era, folks, when the early proof sets were issued in these small cardboard boxes. This is an original 1953 box set. This is how they shipped them. Third class insured mail, folks. Really, it's amazing when you think about it. They went to all this work to make proof coins, and then they ship them in this really cheap packaging, which did a poor job of protecting the coin. So you get your box set, you open it up, and they're wrapped in tissue paper. Now here's the biggest problem of all, and what I write about in the book. Each coin then was encased in its own cellophane envelope. The cent had its own little envelope, the nickel, dime, quarter, and half dollar, and the envelopes were stapled together. The problem is these cellophane envelopes were very brittle, and they would usually crack open, and the coins would usually come out of the envelopes, and they would get hairlined. Here's an example. This is a 1953 set. We unwrapped it. Here's the original packaging. 3 of the coins, the 3 heaviest coins, have cracked out of the envelope. All that's left in the original envelope is the cent and the dime. And you could see the rusted staples at the top there. That was another problem where a rust from the staple would often get into the contents of the envelopes and hairline the coins. But in the meantime, these other 3 coins have fallen out of the envelope. This 1953 half here, I don't know how close up we can get to it. It's a very, very nice coin, but you can see some toning, and you could see some hairlines in the back of his head. If I tilt it around there, you could see some light diagonal hairlines going from the rim to the back of Franklin's head. Also some spotting in front of his face and some hairlines, again, diagonal hairlines in front of his face as I tilt it around. The coin's probably about a proof 65 grade, and that's superior quality for an early proof Franklin. So you've got these 2 lowest mintages. But here's the most important number, this next chart here. You look at how many have been certified in proof 67. Now again, these are all the NGC coins, folks. These new We the People holder will have their own population numbers. In 1950, 352 coins graded in proof 67. You compare that to the 1942 proof Walker. 1942 proof Walker, they only struck about 22,000 coins. But the quality was much higher because they had been making proof coins for many years, and they had real craftsmen making the coins. They didn't have those people in 1950. Very few 50s have survived in superb proof 67. And the coins you see here, haze-free, deeply mirrored, that number 352 in We the People holder, as the years go by, will be about 20% of that total, folks. A small fraction of that 352 will be We the People quality. And the 51 is right behind, only 441 coins, half the total of the 1942. Now, folks, again, you take a look at one of these 1950s. This is, again, I have to repeat, the highest grade I've been able to get, a 1950 in the new NGC We the People core holder. It's a stunning holder that I've worked with NGC to design. Every coin is going to be as pristine, haze-free, spot-free as the day the coin was struck, and then as close to perfect as you'll ever see in 1950. Someday I may be able to find one in Proof 68 for a We the People holder. If you're interested in one of those, if that day ever comes, let our people know here at Rare Collectibles TV and you'll be first in line. But I'm not sure that day will ever come. I mean, that would be a cause for true celebration. And this 51, again, the highest grade in the We the People holder, folks. It's just spectacular. And the best part of all is the price. Now, I have a handful of these 1950s, fewer than 10 examples. And these We the People holders in Proof 67, the highest grade the 1950 has received in the We the People holder, folks. They're $5,950 a coin. Extremely rare. It's the key date. It's the first date of the series in proof condition. Only 51,000 struck in 1950, minuscule population. These are rare coins in any condition. Struck with the very rare Type 1 reverse design. The 1951 is the second rarest date. This also is the highest grade in the state-of-the-art We the People holder, the pinnacle of eye appeal and quality for the grade. And these 1951s, almost as rare as the 1950s, are only $2,900 a coin. Again, I only have a handful of these. Extremely difficult to come by in this condition. It's a great, great price. Better yet, folks, if you get the pair, you can save $255. That's my rock bottom price if you get the pair. $8,595 for both examples. $8,595 for the rarest key dates in this highest grade in the new Franklin We the People holder, folks. And it's available, again, on the two-payment option. Put half down today, $4,297.50 down today, and we'll hold one of these sets for you. Here you've got these two key dates, the toughest dates in the series. Extraordinary condition. We're getting a lot of people calling in. Most importantly, for those people, if you're building a registry set, in other words, if you want to list your coin on the NGC set registry, you look at the value of these coins on the NGC registry when you get a 1950 or a 51. These are, again, the most valuable coins in the set. You get a 1963 or a 1962 or a 1961 in Proof 67, it's a couple hundred points. Even in Proof 69, a 1963 or 62 or 61 is maybe, maybe 1,000 points, even in Proof 69 in that highest grade. But a 50 in Proof 67, over 3,700 points, because again, it's the rarest key date. 51, right behind, over 2,700 points. These are the big kahunas, folks. These are the 800-pound gorillas in the set. And to get it in the We the People holder, highest grade like this, again, these are going to have their own population numbers in the NGC population reports, distinguishing them from the more generic Franklins of that same grade as the finest examples in terms of their eye appeal for that grade. You look at just regular generic Franklins, early Franklins. Here's a 1950, Proof 67, with some typical unattractive toning that a dealer wants $6,000 for. Not an attractive example. $6,000. It wasn't too long ago, the first time a Franklin half dollar was featured on page one in Coin World, and in Coin Age, there was a two-page spread. The 1953 S. Franklin that sold for $69,000. I was quoted in that article of talking about this coin. That was a record price at the time, folks. $69,000 for a Franklin half dollar. More recently, there was a 1958 P. It's something I've been predicting for years. The first Franklin to ever sell for over 6 figures in an auction. A 58P in 6.7 plus FBL. You see the price realized, $110,000. That doesn't include the auction house fee. With the auction house fee, the price paid was $129,250. $129,250. And that's for a 1958 P. Here you've got these two key dates, the toughest dates in the series, extraordinary condition. Again, $5,950 for the 1950. It's available on the two-payment option. You could put half down today, and we'll hold one for you for the 1950. $2,975 down today, and we'll hold that 1950 for you, pay the balance in 30 days. The 51, the same thing. It's only $2,900. Put half down today of $1,450, the balance in 30 days, and you'll own this spectacular 1951. If you get the pair, you can save $255. $8,595 for both examples. For the rarest key dates in this highest grade. In the new Franklin We the People holder, folks, $4,297.50 down today, and we'll hold one of these sets for you. Whether you get a 1950 or a 1951 in Proof 67 or the pair, you will get a copy of my third edition Guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy Half Dollars. This is the special Collector's Library Edition hardcover. The regular edition is soft cover. This is the hardcover edition. I should also note, really importantly, folks, again, this series is growing in popularity by leaps and bounds with every passing month. We are working on an encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy Half Dollars by Whitman. This series has gotten so popular, we're beyond the guidebook series. We are now into the encyclopedia series, folks. It's going to be of this dimension. It's going to be 350 to 400 pages, color throughout. We've already done a couple, just kind of mock-ups of what the color cover might be. We will certainly end up with something a lot more flashy than what you see here, but it'll give you some idea of what's ahead. What my show is all about, folks. It's a roadmap to help guide you to the future of what's going on in the United States numismatics today. It wasn't many years ago when silver was at almost $50 an ounce. And there were so many dealers out there on TV promoting silver, telling their clients to back the truck up. Now's the time to buy silver. I did not touch this stuff. I have never promoted bullion because I have always said, I have no idea what bullion is going to do from one month to the next. I'm sure there will come a time when silver is going to be worth $50 an ounce or $100 an ounce. But when that time comes, I have no idea. Now, all those clients who bought silver from those other shows many years ago, when silver is now around $15 an ounce or less, has seen a substantial drop in the value of their holdings. At that same time, folks, I was talking about Franklin's in Proof 67, which at the time you could acquire a set from me for around $4,000. That same set today is over $10,000. And that's just a generic set. Those are not Franklin's in the We the People holder. That's just a generic set. Why? Because of the limited supply. These Franklins are not being struck anymore, okay? They're mining new silver every day. These Franklins were struck 70 years ago, back in an earlier era, when the minting of proof coins was really pretty much the same kind of technology at the old Philadelphia Mint that they were using back in the 1800s. And the packaging, to ship them in these cardboard boxes, in this cellophane wrapped in tissue paper, really? Are you kidding me? This is how they used to do it in the old days. The technology was basically the same as it was back in the 1800s when they were making proof coins. So to get a 50 and 51 in this condition, as pristine as the day they were struck, is really miraculous. And this is why I am so excited about these exceptional proof Franklins and exceptional mint state Franklins. They are really a tremendous, tremendous series to get involved in for the collector of today. It's the last $half series, folks. The last $half series struck entirely in 90% silver. Beginning in 1965, the silver content of $half was reduced to 40%. That was the Kennedy $half series. In 1971, they took all the silver out of the coins entirely. They were made and struck in clad metal. And the proof technology was so dramatically improved by the late 70s that every coin was virtually perfect. But these early years, this kind of quality was just unheard of. To be able to survive in this kind of condition, folks, it's taken me many, many years to get to this point where I can offer you coins of this quality. We have just a handful of these coins that have come back so far in proof 67 grade. There's not too many of them, folks. Take advantage of it while you can. This is a very, very limited time offer. Thank you for watching. This is extraordinary. This is cool. This is great. You know, there are so many. I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, neither do you.
Right.
By that, folks, we mean, you know, a lot of folks out there assume because it's a new mint product that it's not worth collecting. Well, and a lot of times that's true because they'll strike millions of them.
Right.
And so we're always very careful. I tell you, be careful because sometimes the mint will have a new product and they'll strike them by the millions.
Right.
But then they fool us and they'll come out with a product where they limit the mintage to only 50,000.
50,000.
And we had the True Mint set, which we had for $329,
Right.
which was a
Truman
great
set, yep.
price. And
Very
now we,
popular.
Jack, take a look at this. This is the newest, folks. This is the Kennedy Coin and Chronicle. We've got it over there. Jack, I was shocked, you know, when I saw this set. The mintage is limited to 50,000, folks.
Yep.
When we first had this price, we were figuring we would have to charge somewhere around $250, $260, $259 maybe.
Right.
Because they're only striking 50,000 of these. You look at the mintages of the real quickly.
Yeah, we're not kidding around here. The price is up already.
Real quickly. Typically, this is the part of the presidential series. Typically, they strike these coins in the millions. There's the first page, millions. Go to the second page.
Yeah, that whole page, they're over 3 million.
Yeah,
that whole page,
you know,
a million to 3 million.
This is in descending order.
And look at
Okay,
that.
in descending order, it's still over a million. You get to the very bottom, and there you've got 50,000. Now, the Truman and Eisenhower we had, they're gone.
Right.
The Kennedy has just come out, folks. The Truman and Eisenhower we were selling at $329. That was a great price. I think the lowest price anybody else had was around $500. We thought we'd have to sell this set for around $249 because not only is it just 50,000, but it's going to be one of the most popular because it's Kennedy.
It's Kennedy.
Yeah.
It's one of the most popular themes in numismatics. So many collectors of
Take
Kennedy.
a look at this set. It's not one coin. It's 2 coins, folks. We've got it for $129. Not $249, not $199. You know, I was thinking we were dreaming that maybe we'd be able to do it for under $200. We've got it for $129. That's you see the inaugural medal, and if that portrait looks familiar, that's the portrait they used for the 1964 Kennedy $half.
This coin is larger than a silver dollar.
Yeah, much larger.
It's the size of the American Silver Eagle. It's 1 ounce of pure silver. And an only strike. And then you got the Kennedy reverse proof. 50,000 minted, folks. $129. Call in for one of these. You know, one of the deals they had at the Mint is they restricted, you know, this is so weird, Jack, because they start offering these by the millions to collectors. So you have all these collectors who are buying these presidential sets, millions of them. And then when you get to the end of the series with the most recent presidents, all of a sudden they limit the mintage to only 50,000. And here you have millions of collectors trying to put sets together.
Right, yeah, everybody.
So you've got the key
earlier
date here,
presidents, right?
folks. That's the demand for this coin is going to be off the charts. And this is one of those times when the Mint comes out with something new that, boy, you know, they surprise you and then make an announcement that they're only going to strike 50,000 and not 2 million or not a million and a half.
Or infinite, you know,
Yeah,
whatever,
or
to
infinite,
demand.
because
Usually it's to demand. How
yeah.
many people order it, that's how many they make.
Exactly. In
In this
past,
case, they did the just total opposite.
exactly. In the past, that's what they would do. They would strike as many as they had orders for. But here, I don't know how they make any profit on this when they limit it to 50,000. You figure the production costs.
Oh yeah. Besides making the coins, I mean the dollar's a reverse proof, so you know that takes a lot of
Caitlin,
effort to make a coin
show them a
like
couple
that.
eBay prices here. Jack found a couple eBay prices, and we like the complete set ungraded. This is where I think the true value will be. It's like the GSA dollar. You know, people want the GSA dollar in the original GSA holder, and there you see one guy asking $500 for his original set. There's a guy asking $700 for his original set. Then there's a guy who had his coins graded, and he wants basically $2,000, $1,900 for his set, graded in 70. Yep. These will probably grade 70. Yeah, they'll grade 69 or 70.
Yeah.
But the value in this, I feel, is long-term. Get the original set. Folks, this is a deal for the collector of today. Thanks again for watching, and we'll be right back. I love silver dollars, folks. United States minted silver dollars. When I first started buying and selling rare coins in the early 1980s, I was always looking for the finest silver dollars for my clients. Since then, I have built among the finest collections of Morgan dollars in existence. In fact, many of my clients have gotten awards from NGC for the finest collections of proof Morgan dollars. #1 ranked full collections, complete sets of proof Morgan dollars. Here's one that was given out in 2004. Finest collection, outstanding achievement, Everest collection of proof Morgan dollars. In fact, I have a picture of one of those coins right here. The finest known 1879 proof Morgan dollar. Now here's the thing. If you came to me and asked me, Rick, can you put a collection of Morgan dollars in proof condition like that for me today? I'd have to tell you no. I can't do that today. Those coins that I put together in that collection some 20 years ago, you can't find them anymore, folks. They're spread throughout the country in various collections. It is not possible to do. What I have today is a set of some amazing proof American Silver Eagles. Folks, this is a silver dollar for the 21st century. This is a silver dollar that if you're collecting for the very first time, this is like those proof Morgan dollars of yore, where you can still assemble a finest collection, finest known, highest possible grade at an affordable cost. The proof American Silver Eagle is the perfect silver dollar for the 21st century for you. In the finest possible condition, proof American Silver Eagles in NGC Everest quality proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Take a look at these coins, folks. This is as good as it gets. There are no proof 71s. 70 is the highest possible grade. It represents perfection under high magnification. There are many coins in this set which are extremely scarce in the condition you see them in. In fact, they're all very scarce, but there are some that are just rarer than the others. This is a great place to begin if you want to build the most stunning silver dollar collection at such a collector-friendly price that you can build and have something that'll just be so good for you and so good to you in the years and decades ahead. Now, why as a collector do I find the American Silver Eagle so appealing? Well, first of all, it's a United States minted coin with all the words and symbols struck on every coin that embody what our great country is all about and what we strive to become. I don't think any American citizen will say we are a perfect nation and that we still don't have work to do. But it's all about what we stand for and what we strive to become. I love what America stands for. And this coin, in its words, symbols, and images, is a daily reminder of what it means to be an American. These American Eagle silver dollars are by far the largest silver dollars ever struck by the United States Mint. They're much larger than a Morgan dollar. Indeed, the Morgan dollar compares in size to the American Eagle in about the same proportion as a half dollar compares in size to a Morgan dollar. It's a huge coin. While the Morgan dollar is a silver dollar struck in 90% silver, it's about 0.77 an ounce of silver, while the American Silver Eagle is a full ounce of silver, 0.999 pure, from silver mined in the United States of America. And then there is the artistry, beginning with the obverse. Lady Liberty, first appearing on what is now referred to as the Walking Liberty half dollar in 1916, reappeared for this American Silver Eagle series in 1986. Originally designed by Adolph Weinman, this is one of the great masterpieces, one of the iconic representations of Lady Liberty that's ever appeared on an American coin. Now, the model for Weinman's Lady Liberty is thought to be Audrey Munson. She was referred to as America's Venus, the first supermodel. Her likeness is on statues throughout New York City, in parks, at the top of municipal buildings, and in museums. She is also referred to as the most visible New York woman that you don't know. There she is, as Lady Liberty, gracefully striding across the landscape toward the sun and a new dawn of a new day, her right hand outstretched in a gesture of peace, hope, ultimately liberty itself, draped in the American flag, carrying branches of laurel and oak in her left arm, symbolic of civil and military glory. Now is the perfect time to begin building a collection of these classics, folks, if you haven't already. And this is the perfect set, the finest possible condition, the highest possible grade, every coin reviewed by me with my Everest seal, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, and all for a truly collector-friendly price. Now, if you're new to collecting, Proof 70, a grade of 70 is rarely given to one of these early Proof Silver Eagles. To get a grade of 70 from either NGC or PCGS, these are the most highly respected independent grading services in the nation. To get a 70, a coin must appear flawless under high magnification. And very few coins of this size are flawless under high magnification. I'd like you to take a look at these magnificent American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. Beginning with the 2003, all struck at West Point. Every coin, an Everest Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. 2003, 2004, 2005. These first three issues, folks, are semi-key dates. They're extremely elusive in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. When you get to 2006, the quality control, the technology at the Mint saw gradual improvements
in the coins being produced, minted, coming from the West Point Mint. So you begin to see more proof 70s, but these are still very, very scarce coins. And then 2008, and then we have 2010. There were no proofs struck in 2009. Because what happened, by law, the Mint was obligated to strike mint state American Silver Eagles for everybody that ordered one. And there was a tremendous, tremendous rush to silver coinage in 2009. The Mint ended up striking over 30 million American Silver Eagles in mint state, and they actually ran out of silver for the proof issues. Collectors were so upset that the Mint promised never again to run out of silver for the proof American Silver Eagle. And we finish with the last two coins in this set, the 2010 and the 2011. Now, in past presentations, I have offered these American Silver Eagles in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, because the elusive holy grail of the American Silver Eagle series, that ultimate flawless Proof 70, are so few and far between. Now, first of all, again, these are proof American Silver Eagles, or proof coins. There's a big difference between a mint state coin and a proof coin. The mint state coins are struck in much higher numbers. You take a look at that mint state American Silver Eagle. It has the traditional silvery, satiny surface, and you'll find bag marks on it as well. These coins were struck. You would see coins that would braid with one another. They'd get small bag marks and ticks. Proof coins, on the other hand, are really special. They're meant to represent the state of the minter's art. They're nothing new. The Mint has been making proof coins since the early 1800s. But back in those early days, only dignitaries, ambassadors, kings, or queens could receive a proof coin from the U.S. Mint as a gift, as a source of pride from our country that we could produce something of such high quality. To make a proof coin, the concept has never changed. You take the finest possible dies. Today, they would take those dies, polish them until they have a mirror-like finish. They would acid etch the cameo effect into the die to create a really strong cameo frosted effect, so Liberty would be frosted white. These dies would be put in place, and every coin would be slowly inserted into these dies and they would not be struck once, but at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, once struck, the coins would not be ejected into a bin, they would be individually handled. When you bought your proof coin, it would come in this kind of government packaging, as you see here. This is an original government set. The traditional packaging, a very nice custom packaging. It came straight from the Mint, but look, notice the spot and around the periphery, around 3, 4 o'clock there by the rim. That doesn't come off, folks. That's part of the production problems that they had at the Mint. And that's what makes the Proof 70s so rare. Making a proof coin is very labor intensive, and especially when you're talking about American and Silver Eagle in proof. The dies had to be replaced far more frequently because they had to strike these coins and double strike them under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. So you had frequent changes of the die. The Mint could only strike a limited number of these coins. And in fact, if you were to buy a proof American Silver Eagle directly from the Mint today, it would cost you over $70, even though silver's around $25, $26. You can get a mint state American Silver Eagle for about the price of silver. The proofs, however, are far more expensive because it is so labor intensive. Now, timing is everything. In the year 2021, the U.S. Mint made the United States numismatic history. It was the headline in publications across our nation. New designs coming for the reverse of the American Silver Eagle. And there you see the eagles for the new reverses for the gold and silver American Eagle. The American Silver Eagle, which had traditionally been struck with the heraldic eagle reverse design, which originally came from our earliest silver dollars struck in the late 1700s, where the heraldic eagle first appeared. And here we have an actual silver dollar from that era, the reverse of that coin, with that heraldic eagle reverse. John Mercanti, when he had designed the American Silver Eagle in 1986, he used Adolph Weinman's obverse of the Lady Liberty, and he took that heraldic eagle reverse, made his own updated version of it, and used that for these earliest American Silver Eagle coins. And that reverse, the last year of that incredible creation, is 2021. And folks, when the Mint announced that 2021 would be the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse, and the coins were offered for sale in proof, the Mint sold out in a record 3 minutes. Orders were filled in 3 minutes. In fact, some people are saying it was under 3 minutes. It was around 2 minutes. But that's a record. I don't think that'll ever be broken. Now, what does that mean for you? What's happening, folks, is that there are so many new collectors coming into the market every day. And the demand for these American Silver Eagles has just exploded over the last several years. To put these sets together in proof is so much more challenging than putting these sets together in mint state. There were so fewer proofs struck than mint state coins. When you look at the total mintages of all the mint state American Silver Eagles and all the proof American Silver Eagles, you gain an appreciation of why this set I have for you today in proof is so special. Where you can see the mint state coins, the mintages were typically between 5 and 40 million struck in any given year. In only 2 years did they strike more than 1 million proof American Silver Eagles. The proof production represents only about 4% of the production compared to the mint state coins. Now, what's of greatest importance to you is the rarity of these coins in proof 70. Because the mintage has nothing to do with the rarity of the coin in proof 70. Take a look at these population totals, beginning with the first year of issue of the series, the 1986S. And here we have both the PCGS and NGC numbers, and you can see there are a lot fewer examples graded by NGC than PCGS at proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you see some years where fewer than 2,000 coins have been certified in proof 70 Ultra Cameo in those early years. Those early years struck at the San Francisco Mint, and then from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then in 2001, they transferred production to the West Point Mint. And then when we get to the West Point numbers, it's the earliest years which are the most elusive in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The toughest dates by far are the 2001 and 2002. They are rare, folks. Here's a 2001 that sold in auction for almost $4,000. But then again, those first 5 years are really tough years in the West Point series. Technology began to see gradual improvements at the West Point Mint. You see more proof 70s being graded until you get to the later years when you look at the 2016, 95,000 certified. In fact, you look at the 2021, a coin that just came out, and it already has 70,000 coins graded. And the 2020, with the 75th anniversary of World War II, a highly, highly desirable coin, around 15,000 already certified in 70 Ultra Cameo. Those folks go for $2,000 to $3,000. And here's one listed that's being offered for $2,400. That's what they go for. This is why I put this set together. When you look at the populations of the coins that I have in this set, that go from 2003 to 2011. You've got coins like the 2003 with only 11,000 coins certified, 2004 only 12,000, 2005 only 15,000. The last coin in the set, the 2011, 44,000. I have been most fortunate to get first crack at a really historic collection of original West Point proof American Silver Eagles. I cherry-picked this collection, folks. It took me about a week. And the dates you have here on display are the dates that I am able to offer complete sets on while I have them. There are a lot of coins that came out of the collection that are Proof 69s. But here's the really great part for you. I'm going to be offering the Proof 69s at a future date, but they're not going to be that much less than this Proof 70 set. This Proof 70 set, folks, is available for only $199.37 a coin. I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. The entire set is only $1,595. The American Silver Eagles have so many collectors, new collectors coming into the market. We can't get enough of them, especially in Proof 70 and Proof 69 condition. This Proof 70 set that you see here, I could easily offer at $24.95 and we would sell them, but it wouldn't be my best price to you. I was extremely fortunate to get first crack on these, and we got some extraordinary Proof 70 grades on this small group you see here. And I'm able to offer the entire set for only $1,595. That's less than $200 a coin. Now, if you can't afford the entire set, there are a couple options. Option number one, if you just want to get one American Silver Eagle, you can get either the 2010 or the 2011 at $199. Those are the coins that I have the most of, and if you want an individual example, you can get one for only $199. There is a limit of 5 per coin per caller, okay? I have to put a limit of 5 because I can't have somebody calling in and ordering 80 of them, because that would about clean me out of the 2010s, and then we wouldn't be able to offer any sets. So there is a 5 coin limit if you want to just get a 2010 or a 2011 West Point in Proof 70. They're only $199 a coin. If you want to get the entire set, it's $1,595, and it includes all those really tough dates, the 2003, 2004, 2005, all extremely elusive in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And if you can't swing the entire $1,595 today, we have the set available on our 2-payment option, where all you have to do is put half down today of $797.50, and we'll hold this set for you and pay the balance in 30 days. $199.37 a coin. This is a set, folks, for the collector of today. These stunning Proof American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. This is the perfect place to start. You're getting some of the more elusive dates in the highest possible grade. The timing of this couldn't be better. With so many new collectors coming into the market, really attracted to this historic new reverse design that came out in 2021, which makes these earlier American Silver Eagles really important key dates, because it's these earlier issues which are so much rare in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's these earlier issues that the future collectors for this series are going to be really looking for to complete their sets. That's how it's always been. When you look at Morgan dollars, and you want to complete your Morgan dollar set in mint state, well, you've got a lot of really tough dates. I mean, the 1893S Morgan dollar in just MS60 condition right now is up to about $200,000, simply because it's the rarest date in the series. And then there are other dates which are really elusive, you know, like an 1884S, very rare, not as rare as a 93S, but very rare coin. Also, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you see very much the same thing with the American Silver Eagles. You're going to have your common dates, these coins that are now being struck by the U.S. Mint, where the production quality is so high, the vast majority grade Proof 70. But once you get into the earlier years, like you see in this set here, you've got some really elusive dates, but I have them at a common date price. And that's the key. You've got all the upside, the entire set, only $1,595. Got a lot of people calling in. This is the situation where we have people who take advantage of our 2-payment option, put half down today. We can put the set aside for you. This is going to be a very, very difficult set to replace at these prices that I have for you today, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. The sets and the coins in this condition are not getting any cheaper. All right, I can tell you that. I have had to pay for some of these exceptional American Silver Eagles a lot more today than I did a couple years ago. They're not getting any cheaper. They're getting more desirable by the week. So I sincerely hope you can take advantage of this opportunity to get really the most beautiful silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint, in my opinion. This is a silver dollar for the 21st century, the collector of the 21st century. This is an opportunity for you. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the Mint State coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the Mint State coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there were only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just start selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV owns this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had two parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued, and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a Silver Eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And in 1994, in a perfect Proof 70 grade, with an autograph by John Mercanti, is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is. To put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan-Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. And that's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, which lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, The reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity, and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind, in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching.
Jack, these coins are a miracle.
They really are.
These coins should not exist, folks. They should not exist. They're 1899p, $5 gold half eagles. Let's take a look at the coins. Folks, look at these. 1899, mint state 64, uncirculated, extraordinary, among the finest known. They are superior to the example in the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian houses the finest collection of United States coins in the world. Jack, do you know what the example is in the Smithsonian?
I believe it's only an MS-63, right?
Exactly.
Which is, I shouldn't say only, that's a great grade. That's
It's
a choice.
extraordinary. It's
Yeah.
extraordinary. And here we have these MS-64s today. Look at this coin. It's virtually flawless. So few bag marks. These coins were struck for commerce.
Right.
Gold is a very heavy metal.
Super soft.
Very soft. To survive in this condition is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Folks, these are half eagles, $5 gold pieces, which was a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
I mean, I looked at some stats, and in 1901, about a decade later, a high-skilled laborer like a blacksmith who worked a 60-hour week made about $16.
Wow.
60-hour week, folks. And so they didn't carry around these gold coins in their pocket. These mainly went into our banking system, where they were used for larger transactions.
Right.
Now, by the way, it's called a half eagle because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece with almost a half ounce of gold. And so it was referred to as the eagle.
Right.
The next coin in line was the half eagle.
Right, the $5
with
coin.
almost a quarter ounce. They had a $1 gold piece that they struck, a
Right.
$2.50 gold piece, a $3 gold
Right.
piece,
Even briefly a $4
four,
gold piece.
which they
right?
referred to as the Stella.
Right.
And so the two largest gold coins were the half eagle and the eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848, and they were able to strike an even larger coin referred to as the double eagle.
Right.
So this half eagle, a very large gold coin, mint state 64, means they are uncirculated, choice uncirculated.
Yeah, it's a choice uncirculated.
Exactly. Take a look at this specimen, Jack. It's hard to believe it was struck in the 1890s, so near perfection. Mint state 64.
So few bag marks. And for any of you who are new to coin collecting, coins are graded using a 70-point scale called the Sheldon grading scale. A grade of 1 is you can barely recognize it. It's
Very heavily worn.
Right, completely worn out.
Yeah.
A grade of MS 70 is an absolutely flawless, perfect coin. There is no such thing as an MS-70 coin from the 1800s. You know,
Right, exactly.
There's no
They don't
MS-70s
exist.
until maybe the 1970s, 1980s,
Or
or
69s,
something.
I don't think.
Yeah,
or even
even
yeah.
MS-69.
Yeah, they don't exist.
Mint state 60 and higher is considered uncirculated. Mint state, these are coins that have no wear. They never circulated. These are coins that, you know, the mint made them, they put them in a bag, maybe they got sent to the bank, and somehow somebody took that coin from the bank and put it aside, or the bag stayed in the back of a bank vault, got forgotten. Who knows how it happened, but no wear at all. But the difference between a 60 and a 64 is a 60
Huge.
coin, because the way these coins were produced, distributed, you know, they're struck, you know, by the thousands, they're dumped into bins, they're scooped and put into bags to be shipped around the country. They're banging around against each other, counting machines, all these different things happen. So a coin might not have any wear because it didn't circulate, but it still might have a lot of abrasions and dings and marks, and especially a gold coin. It's a very soft metal.
Very heavy metal.
Yeah, and they get marked
Very heavy
very
metal, yeah.
easily. So a coin that's graded MS-64 is what we would call choice uncirculated, choice mint state. These are coins that have, you know, much less, much fewer imperfections and bag marks than just that 60 level that is still an uncirculated coin. But this is like that next level up in the idea of a coin being uncirculated.
Well, Jack, these, as I started off by saying, these coins should not exist. They
Right.
came out of the Great European Bank in bags like you see here. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank.
Right.
Now, if you had, imagine a bowling ball in this bag,
Right.
which weighs about 16 pounds.
Right.
It's very heavy.
Right.
But if you had the same amount of gold in there that took up the same space as that bowling ball, it would weigh about 60 to 70 pounds.
Right, because it's so
That's
dense.
how dense gold
So
is.
dense.
Again, these came from an original bag. The lowest grade coins were the baggiest pieces. These were among the finest from that bag, folks.
Right.
Now, Jack, I've got, for example, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce was a double eagle.
Right.
And this is the typical quality you would see these coins because of, like you say, it's a very heavy metal. They'd be abrading against one another. They would develop all. Look at the deep rim gouge there at about 8 o'clock. This is not gradable, folks. It's not even gradable because of it's heavily damaged simply from abrading and colliding with other coins in the bag.
Yeah, that's a good point you make about saying a coin's not gradable. You know, for those of you, again, who are newer to collecting and this concept of certified coins and this Sheldon grading scale, you know, these grading services, when they put a grade on the coin, if a coin's been damaged, cleaned, altered, even if it's an authentic coin, they won't give it a numeric grade. And so many of these $5 gold pieces, and Rick, you can attest, so many of these were used in jewelry, this size coin.
right,
Even
right.
if they managed to somehow still survive, 127 years later after they're produced, they're usually cleaned, damaged
Right,
coins that
right.
were in jewelry. They have solder, and those are coins. Not only will they not grade MS-60, they won't grade them at all. They'll just say genuine, authentic.
Exactly.
You know, so it's really important not only that the coins have a numeric grade, but this 64 grade is a really elite grade.
Right. To put it in perspective, the single most valuable United States coin, which is in the Smithsonian,
Right.
is a $20 gold piece.
Right.
It's one of the first ever struck. They only struck 2, but even this coin has deep, deep reading marks, deep digs in the
Right,
obverse
another coin
field.
fell on top of it,
Yeah,
right.
when you look at this coin, folks, in the picture, this is the coin that's in the Smithsonian.
Right.
And you can see the deep reading marks in the field
Yep.
of the coin
Or
there.
another coin just-
So it's and like you said, you actually got to see the
I
coin
did.
in person.
Yeah.
It was lightly cleaned at some point.
You're probably a little wiped or something, like hairlines.
So if it were graded today, it might grade MS-62,
61.
61,
something.
and yet it's the single most valuable United States coin, valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the record for a gold coin in auction recently sold for $9.3 million.
The doubloon.
And that's a very
Right.
important historical
Right.
coin. $9.3 million. But there's 7 of those.
That's a great point. The time to buy rare gold, I mean, this is the perfect time. These coins that we have, like as we open, should not exist. They're from the Great European Bank.
Right.
Now, that story, for our new viewers, is a fascinating tale, and it really starts with the Great Depression.
Right.
During the Great Depression, it was economic devastation in our country. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that there were 4,000 bank failures.
Wow.
And there was no federal deposit insurance back then. If you could imagine your life savings, 20, 30 years of your life savings in the bank, and you go to the bank the next day, and it's boarded shut, the bank had failed.
Right.
You were wiped out.
Right. Your life savings just went up in smoke.
This was happening to millions and millions of Americans. So there were those Americans whose banks had not yet failed, who were understandably scared
Right.
and terrified that their bank would be next.
Right.
So they began pulling their money out of the bank and buying gold coins.
Right. They're holding all their life savings in
And,
gold.
you know, if I had been around back then, I would have done the same thing.
Right.
Because throughout human history, going back to Egyptian times, the ancient Egyptians, folks, going back to 3000 BC, thought gold was indestructible, that it was from the flesh of their sun god Ra.
Right.
So across cultures, throughout human history, gold has always had tremendous value. And so Americans were buying gold coins. This was their security. Whatever happens to the economy, they knew the gold would have some value.
Right.
Now, this created additional stress on the banking system, obviously. So then President Franklin Roosevelt had to somehow put a stop on that. So he passed Executive Order 6102, which made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold or gold coins or gold certificates illegal. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold,
There are major
you faced,
implications.
this is back in 1933, folks, you faced a $10,000 fine
Right.
or 10 years imprisonment or
Or both. Right.
So you had people who were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They leave their money in the bank, and their bank could fail tomorrow. They buy gold, and they could get arrested and spend their next 10 years in prison. Well, there was a third option.
Right.
And so a lot of these people took this third option, and a lot of institutions as well.
Yeah.
Before this executive order was enacted, they were buying gold coins, and having them shipped to banks in Europe.
Right.
And they've been in those banks since 1933, sitting in bags in a vault, not moving, stationary.
Right.
You know, it would be one thing if you had a bag from 1933 and it went from one owner to the next. Each time it gets shipped and moves to the next
Right,
owner,
right.
it gets jostled around and the coins get abraded. These were sitting in a bank since 1933, about 90 years.
Yeah.
And so this bag from 1899 came out. We got these coins, among the finest examples from this bag, folks. And once these are gone, that's it.
Right.
This truly is a Halley's Comet event, the Great European Bank Hoard, except the Halley's Comet comes by every 70 plus years.
Right.
This is never coming by again. The
Right.
Great European Bank Hoard is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but rarely do we get something this early in this extraordinary condition.
Well, to even extrapolate a little, take it a step further, the Great Depression, that was 40 years after these coins were struck. These coins were 40 years old. What are
Yeah.
the chances that these coins were mint state in 1933?
Right,
These were
exactly.
somehow in a bag in
Yeah,
the back of
that's
a
a
bank
great
vault
point.
in the
Yeah.
U.S. for 40
Yeah.
years before they got shipped to Europe.
Yeah.
You know, it's incredible that they made it, that they were uncirculated in 1933,
That's
let
a
alone in
great point.
2021.
You know, and again, there were so few survivors because all those citizens had to turn their gold into the Treasury.
Right.
And what did the Treasury do with that gold? They melted it back down into gold bars.
Right.
Take a look at how much of the gold, $5 gold pieces, were melted back down
Right. So many were
into
melted.
gold bars, folks.
Right.
Tens of millions of coins.
Right.
There are so few survivors of the 1899p
Yeah, look at like a third of them
$5
were
gold,
melted
half eagle.
officially melted.
About 1/3 of the total original mintage. Take a look at this chart, folks, that we have for you. It compares The Liberty Double Eagle, struck from 1850 to 1907, the total mintage, total graded in uncirculated condition, 675,000 coins. And then you have the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, struck from 1907 to 1933. They've graded a little over 1 million coins in uncirculated condition. But then you look at the Half Eagle. The Half Eagle, only 200,000 coins for the entire series, far
Right.
less than 1%. And that's in all mid-state grades,
that's
Jack,
like a-
MS-60 and above.
They were making those coins for almost 70 years, and
Right,
and you know,
yeah.
so that's a lot of different coins, and there's still only 200,000 coins that are mint state.
Exactly.
That's only 3 out of every 1,000 coins.
And there are so few in MS-64. Now take a look at how few have been certified in Mid-State 64 by PCGS folks. 1,900 coins.
It's minuscule.
There are so many other coins that are far easier to locate in this high grade than the 1899p. I mean, one of the most common coins coming out of the Great European Bancord was the 1924p St. Gaudens, over 100,000 certified in 6.4. Just 1,900 examples of this 1899p.
And there's some rare coins on this list, Rick. I mean, look, 1907 St. Gaudens, the first year of the St. Gaudens.
The 1907 is one of my favorites, as you
Yeah.
know. The first year of the St. Gaudens series, incredibly rare in 6.4.
Right.
We rarely get to offer the 1907 in Mid-State 64.
Right.
Maybe once a year we might get a couple dozen pieces.
Right.
And that's
At
it.
best, yeah, at
That's
best.
it, folks. And there you have 5,400 certified. That's a really rare coin.
Yeah, more than double, way more than double.
To have this 99p, extraordinarily rare, especially in this extremely high-grade condition, folks. Here are some examples, Jack, that sold in auction, folks, in the past. These are auction prices realized for Mid-State 64 specimens. Here's one that sold for almost $1,900 in 6.4. Here's one that sold for $1,955. These are prices realized. Here's one that sold for about $3,000. This is a perfect time, folks, to buy an extremely rare early United States gold coin, $5 gold piece in extraordinary condition, folks. We have these coins today. While we have them, it's a limited time offer. Again, you've seen how rare they are.
Right.
We've got these coins today for only $1,495.
Right, and you know, it's so important for people to understand. This is one of those deals that we got out of the European Bancord. You know, I don't know if we could ever replace these again. Like if we're so lucky to have these. Who knows what the price would be? We want everyone to be able to take advantage of this opportunity. So we also have a 2-pay option. You pay just $747.50 now, and then we hold your coin in our vault, and in 30 days you pay the balance, and the coin's yours. We want every
so
collector
important,
have
yeah.
the chance to get these coins. when we have them.
That is a great point. We can't tell you how many times where we have something like this. We stress it's a limited time offer.
Right.
Once these are gone, that's it. We'll get somebody who'll call in a week later. The coins are gone. We can't replace them at this price, folks.
Right.
Okay, this is a once in a life. They came out of the Great European Bancord from a bag like
Right.
this. This is an actual bag from the
Right.
European Bancord. They came in bags like this.
Right.
We get one of these bags, a rare date like this, in this condition. These are among the finest examples from one of those bags.
Right.
Now, Jack, when we say that this is a small window of opportunity, there was a great article that came out in a coin dealer publication titled, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?"
Right.
Now, generic gold, the term generic, they're talking about the most common gold.
Right.
This is not common, folks. 1899p $5 gold half eagle, a very large gold coin. Now, here's the important part of this article that the viewers need to understand why this is such a great value. And what we have been telling our viewers now for the last several years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot.
Mm-hmm.
What they mean by that, I recall a time a couple decades ago when if you had an uncirculated in the United States gold coin, you might have to pay 10, 15 times over the gold value.
Right.
You know, gold back then was, you know, about $400 an ounce.
Right.
I remember I had a double eagle that was MS63, and the gold value was about $400 an ounce, $350, $400. I sold it for $3,500 to another dealer.
Right.
So here, Jack, we've got a half eagle with about a quarter ounce of gold.
Right. Yeah, it's about $400 or $500 just in gold value alone.
Right.
Right.
Which comes to, you know, again, is a $4,000 or $5,000 coin 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
Yeah. And here we've got the coin today for $14.95. These should not exist.
Right.
You know, there's one last really important point I want to make. These coins are rare in any condition.
Right.
These are among the finest known, but just to find one in gradable condition it's an extremely rare
Right.
coin. Take a look at this chart where I compare this 1899p. Only around 13,000 certified in all grades. All grades.
Right, any grade. That could be a good 4. It could, you know, that's
Right.
not just mint state. That's just all.
Exactly. We're comparing it here to some of the rarest Morgan dollars. 1893S is by far the rarest Morgan dollar in any condition.
Right.
And the 1899cc. In terms of condition rarity, okay, this 1899p, only 13,000 certified. If you go to try and buy an 1889cc or a 93S, even in circulated condition,
Right.
take a look at these prices, folks. Here's an 1889cc in circulated condition. Not uncirculated, but circulated condition. It's around $25,000. A circulated, not uncirculated, circulated, almost $25,000. Here's another one. That's around $25,000.
It's clean.
And it's UNC details, meaning it was cleaned. And then you have a 93S. The 93S, here's one, circulated, AU58, $120,000. All right? Here's one, $250,000. This is what they go for.
Right. Yeah.
It's a rare coin in any condition, AU58, $250,000. It would be so much easier for Jack and I, and so much, frankly, more profitable to fill this stand with extra fine 93Ss or extra fine 89cc's, sell them for a lot more because they sell for a lot more. We'd make a lot more money, but they wouldn't be the best deal for you. Our focus is the long term. When we can offer a $5 gold piece in this condition, at this kind of price, only $14.95, this is the kind of coin you want to put away for the long term. It's historic.
Right.
It's a national treasure to pass down to your kids, your grandkids. This is something you want to keep in the family. For only $1,495, extraordinary quality, superior to the Smithsonian
The
specimen.
national collection.
Again, they should not exist. They were supposed to have been melted down
Right.
back in 1933.
Right.
These were shipped in a bag to a bank in Europe, and they've been sitting there for about 90 years.
Right.
And we have the finest specimens from this bag for you today.
Right. It's incredible because it's, first off, most of the coins that went to Europe were $20 gold coins. People who are trying to transfer a large amount of gold, they use the biggest coins.
Yeah,
Not many
right.
of these $5
Very
coins are
few.
in the bank hoard.
Yeah.
And on top of it, what are the odds of these $5 coins existing? And what are the odds that in 1933, these coins were 34 years old, that they had been sitting in a bank here
That's
in
a great
uncirculated
point, Jack.
condition
That's a great
before
point.
they shipped to Europe? I mean, it really
yeah.
is. Unbelievable. It really is a miracle that these
Yeah.
coins exist.
Can we show the viewers that one chart one last time? Because you mentioned the $20 double eagles. For example, the 1904 Liberty.
Right.
That was one Liberty double eagle that was sent to Europe in many, many bags of 1904p Liberty double eagles.
Right.
And there you can see on this chart, PCGS has graded around 37,000 1904p Liberty double eagles in MS64. There are a lot more of those
Right.
kinds of bags shipped to those banks. Very few bags of $5 gold pieces were sent to Europe, folks. Look how rare this coin is. We've got to close this out, folks. Again, these coins should not exist. They only exist because of the great European bank hoard. These are among the finest specimens from a bag, from that hoard, in mid-state 64.
Right, for just two
You know.
easy payments, $747.50.
Please, we hope you can take advantage of this Thank you for watching. We're the Coin Guys. I'm Rick.
I'm Jack McNamara.
Thanks for watching.
This is Sarah. Sarah is smart. She stays connected with Rick's US Coin Show because she signed up for our weekly email update. She gets the latest info on Rick's picks, Jack's coin suggestions, videos, numismatic fun facts, and more. So go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up for our weekly email update. There's no obligation, and you can opt out at any time. Be smart. Be like Sarah. Go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up now.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's US Coin Show. Rick's US Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
I have a truly great silver half dollar for you today, folks. This silver commemorative half dollar, to me, is one of the most significant 90% silver half dollars struck by the U.S. Mint the last 100 years. It was struck in 1982. It commemorates the 250th anniversary of George Washington's birth. It is also the only commemorative half dollar struck during the 1982 to present series that is struck on 90% silver planchets. The obverse of this coin features George Washington astride his horse. The reverse depicts the eastern facade of Washington's home, Mount Vernon. Now, most significantly, this is the first coin design chosen to begin the U.S. commemorative series, which has become so extraordinarily popular. Since this first coin, this 1982 Washington commemorative, there have been literally hundreds of new commemorative coins and designs of various denominations struck in the U.S. commemorative series. But this is the one that started it all. In my mind, it stands head and shoulders above all the others. And I would say the Mint hit a grand slam home run in its choice of the design of the coin, in its subject matter, what it represents to our nation. This man, captured in a moment in time on this coin, stunning Washington commemorative proof silver half dollars in the extraordinary grade of Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The highest possible grade any coin can receive is a 70. A 69, folks, is a coin that, when the graders study it, appears flawless to the naked eye. They then put it under higher magnification. If under that higher magnification, they see the tiniest flaw, it gets a 6.9. If they don't see a flaw, it gets a 70. You look at these, and it's hard to believe that they were struck about 40 years ago in this incredible well-preserved condition. Now, yes, George Washington was our first president, but most importantly, he was our commander-in-chief. When the commander-in-chief meant you were the general leading troops into battle. And the image of this coin, its symbolism, has a most important story to tell. Among the most important values I hold most dearly about my love for United States rare coins is the eternal marriage of the symbols, words, and images of our coins to the history of our nation. And most importantly, to the ideals, the daily reminders of what we stand for and who we are as Americans. This first silver commemorative, the image of George Washington as general during the Revolutionary War on his horse. Now, there's a lot of debate among historians about who was our greatest president, George Washington or Abraham Lincoln. Many historians pick Lincoln. He was the president at a crossroads in our country's history, the Civil War, and he fought to preserve our union. He certainly deserves consideration as our greatest president. But after studying the Revolutionary War and the incredible odds facing our country in our struggle for independence, the fact that, folks, after 8 years of war, 8 years of battle, we finally won our independence, I am 100% convinced it would not have succeeded, it would not have happened, we would not have been victorious without the leadership of George Washington. And in this portrait, I am reminded of the Battle of Monmouth. That battle was fought in June of 1778 in Monmouth County, New Jersey. Before this battle could take place, there was the winter of 1777-78 that Washington and his men spent at Valley Forge. His Continental Army was down to 12,000 men when they arrived at Valley Forge. Most were walking barefoot through the snow, their feet bloody and frostbitten. 2,000 of the 12,000 men would not survive the winter through either starvation or disease. Valley Forge was truly the low point of our fight for independence. Washington and his troops had lost battle after battle, with the British now occupying Philadelphia. As his men marched to Valley Forge to establish their encampment over the winter, Washington wrote in his diary, "To see men without clothes to cover their nakedness, without blankets to lay on, without shoes by which their marches might be traced by the blood from their feet, and almost as often without provisions as with, marching through frost and snow, and at Christmas taking up their winter quarters within a day's march of the enemy, without a house or hut to cover them till they could be built, and submitting to it without a murmur, is a mark of patience and obedience, which in my opinion could scarce be paralleled." Now, there's no account of the number of log huts his troops had to build, probably around 1,000 by some estimates or more. Many squads, folks, dug their floors almost 2 feet below ground level just to reduce wind exposure. Some huts had straw roofs, some brush, some canvas. Years later, Lafayette recalled that the unfortunate soldiers were in want of everything. They had neither coats, hats, shirts, nor shoes. Their feet and legs froze till they had become almost black, and it was often necessary to amputate them. Well, on December 23rd, Washington addressed a letter to the Continental Congress that unless the Congress authorized support for his troops soon, they would be decimated by spring. There would be no army left. And while the Continental Congress did not immediately act, on January 7th, 10 teams of oxen arrived to the camp, driven by loyal Philadelphia women who brought in thousands of shirts that they had sewn under the eyes of the enemy and smuggled them into the encampment. Now, finally, on January 24th, a 5-man congressional delegation arrived, and they could witness the dire circumstances firsthand. And some supplies began arriving later that winter. But even if Washington's remaining troops survived the winter, there was really little hope they could prevail in any battle against the British. The British troops were well armed, well fed, and most importantly, well trained. They were the most formidable fighting force known. Washington's troops came from many backgrounds. They were not professional soldiers. They had no training. It was truly David versus Goliath. That all began to change in March of 1778, when Washington brought in a man by the name of Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben. He was a soldier who had originally enlisted in the Prussian army at the age of 17 and had become an officer. And he arrived to this country and he met with Washington, who was impressed by this man's experience, his military training, his intelligence, and his quick analysis of the work and discipline needed to transform Washington's troops into a fighting force. Washington appointed von Steuben as his inspector general and major general and gave him the responsibility of training his troops. With the commander-in-chief's enthusiastic support, von Steuben implemented a uniform standard of drill and order where none had previously existed. Now, with 2 training drills a day, he selected 120 of Washington's best men to then serve as honor guard for Washington. And he then had these men, in turn, demonstrate military training to the rest of the troops. And over the next several months, transforming them into a more professional force that might stand a chance in battle against the British Army. It was critically important, folks, that Washington's army win a battle soon. As with defeat after defeat, public support for the war was waning. And so the Battle of Monmouth in June, after the winter at Valley Forge, was arguably the turning point of the Revolutionary War. Now, early in that month, Washington received information that British troops were traveling through New Jersey. Washington's plan was to catch the British by surprise. As they approached Monmouth County, Washington gave one of his generals, General Lee, command of approximately 1/3 of his troops to branch off. The plan being for Lee's and Washington's troops to converge on the British in a pincer attack. What follows next, folks, is the stuff of legend. When I look at this coin is a keepsake. It's a national treasure, a historical treasure. It has so much meaning. It's really our heritage. Getting ready to engage the British, Washington's confidence going into battle gave way to alarm as he encountered a straggler from Lee's troops bearing the news of Lee's retreat. Washington, not believing it to be true, ordered the soldier detained, that perhaps he was just a deserter. Now, Lee, by all accounts a mediocre general, timid in battle, had engaged his troops in battle, but at the first sign of resistance, had called on his troops in a full retreat. And as Washington encountered more stragglers, followed by an entire regiment in full retreat, General Washington stopped them and asked the troops if they could fight, and that they then answered him with 3 cheers. A foot soldier later reported that Washington, now in his words, seemed at that instant to be in a great passion. His looks, if not his words, indicating the importance of the moment. This critical moment in time. It's crossroads, folks. A decision needed to be made right now that would most likely determine the outcome of the Revolutionary War. This was a battle that had to be fought and that they needed to win. Now, the encounter that took place as Washington met the retreating Lee is the stuff of American legend, folks. The subject of paintings, where you could see Washington meeting Lee. Testimony of the individuals who were present suggests that the confrontation was brief but intense. According to later testimony, Washington approached Lee and asked, with obvious anger in his voice, "What is all this? Why the retreat?" Washington broke off the exchange when he spotted more retreating units and hurried over to them, leading his men back into battle. And this is where our coin comes in, this commemorative. On his horse, leading his men back into the Battle of Monmouth. Now, von Steuben had trained the troops well. And while it was not a rout, the Continental Army held their own, and for the first time, they took it to the enemy. On July 1st, in Washington's first communication to Congress, he wrote the full report of the battle. Congress received it enthusiastically and voted a formal thanks to Washington and the Army to honor the important victory of Monmouth over the British Grand Army. Faith in Washington had been restored. I quote, "Congress became almost deferential to Washington. Public criticism of Washington all but ceased, and for the first time he was hailed as the father of our country." Love this coin, folks. There's so much history in this